KAILASA, the good God country. Hinduism has something great to offer. Hindu God, Paramashiva, is good. We love him not just because he gives us what we want, but because he is good, and he has so much to offer to the world that makes the best nation. Hindu God has life positive, all-inclusive, good, spiritual, social, political, and moral principles. Hindu principles are guaranteed solutions for all the major problems of humanity: resettlement, violence and lawfare, impoverishment, inequality, environmental footprint, pandemic and biowar, disputes, feminist movement, women's rights, child rights, minority rights, linguistic rights, human rights. Because Hinduism has the best to offer to the world, KAILASA, standing tall since 1994 for the grand narrative of Hinduism, is the good God's country. Founder of KAILASA, Paramashiva, and his 1008th incarnation, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of KAILASA, the enlightened civilization, the greatest Hindu nation. His Divine Holiness was birthed by his predecessors of enlightened masters, great rishis, munis, siddhas, who predicted and recognized His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, as an incarnation of Paramashiva, as per the science of incarnation described in Hinduism. From his first Chaturmasya at the age of 3 in the year 1980 until the age of 16 in the year 1994, the Supreme Pontiff was trained for the revival of KAILASA. He began reviving KAILASA from the age of 16 after the coronation on the 25th May 1994. KAILASA that we see today is 26 years of sincere hard work of the reviver and Hindu diaspora all over the world. KAILASA has a potential population of 2 billion Hindus worldwide, with over 100 million applications to its citizenship already applied. Hinduism has stood over 10,000 years as an enlightened civilization, has been a global beacon of spiritual and timeless wisdom, technology, culture.
He's wearing a grey jacket. His name is Boris.
The world's ancient civilization produced more than 40% of the world's GDP.
purpose of life is to experience oneness with the ultimate reality, Paramashiva. Life exists on the planet Earth for last 40 billion years, and 5 times life faced complete extinction on the planet Earth. But somewhere one DNA, one cell, living organism is thrown out of planet Earth, preserved inside a volcano rock. After millions of years comes back to Earth due to gravity or whatever reason, gets into the ocean and starts the life again. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is the conscious science to give breakthrough to your DNA through natural selection process and to your consciousness through the conscious decision process. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is a sacred spiritual science. It is not bunch of do's and don'ts. No. Please understand, it is the revelations of sacred truths, cosmic truths, powerful cognition. It is still alive, that science is available, time-tested, foolproof. This science of living enlightenment is the complete solution for all the problems individual or society or modern day humanity is facing. Then you will understand all the problems of the modern day humanity. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is solution. Whether the terrorism or climate change, natural calamities or man-made calamities, for all the problems humanity is facing, the only solution is science of living enlightenment, revealed by Paramashiva from the Vedagamas in the modern day through this body. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution and setting model communities. Understand? Kailasa is reviving the ancient Hindu enlightened civilization. Paramashiva manifested this Kailasa Mandala, the enlightenment ecosystem and the lifestyle. I am going to revive this whole enlightenment ecosystem, Kailasa, by creating a model Kailasas all over the world. I will work sincerely and revive this spiritual science, which is the core for enlightenment ecosystem, making you all manifest the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and Kailasa of Paramashiva, and making all of us manifest Paramashiva.
In a world ravaged by war, ecological destruction, hatred and division, Kailasa stands as a bold vision of human potential, coexistence, organic living, and alignment with nature. Over the past 50 years, the world has seen the creation of dozens of new countries, and so if anything, it would be odd not to see a new country formed in the 21st century. Without the protection of political legitimacy, there is an imminent danger that the great tenets, scriptures, and science of creating an enlightened civilization, which spanned 56 states, 200 kingdoms, 1700 samsthanas, and 10,000 sampradayas, will be forever lost to humanity. The Hindu diaspora are highly successful around the world. They formed the dispossessed diaspora who has been driven to other countries because they are unable to practice their religion authentically in their own country. They have flourished in countries where they have been allowed to settle with religious freedom. For example, in the United States, Hindus are the most educated and highest earning community, with 77% of them holding a bachelor's degree and 48% having an income of $100,000 or more. Although they are only 1% of the population, Hindus have launched 13.5% of the startups in the USA. They hold leadership, technical and creative positions in companies such as Microsoft, Google, Facebook, etc. This success has been repeated around the world, in the UK, Canada, Australia, etc. James Kirkup, in his 2015 Telegraph article says, British Indians are not just the most successful immigrant group in this country's recent history, but the most successful group of people, full stop. He continues, more extraordinary than the rise in numbers is how it has taken place so harmoniously and profitably for this country and those in it. British Indians, quite simply, are among the most industrious, accomplished and credible amongst us. The best of British, if you like. The same article says that British Hindus are barely 2% of the population, but 12% of all the doctors. Australia and Canada have understood the ingredients of fast economic growth of the country and are doing everything to attract the educated, rich Hindu community. Hindus are the fastest growing migrant population in Australia. In 2017, 200% more Hindus have received invitation for Canadian Permanent Residency Program. Even now, the Hindu diaspora worldwide are the richest. No divorce, have no cases of drugs and substance abuse, lowest mental disorder, no depression. Hinduism is the only religion which neither converts nor kills. Absolutely non-violent, the elite sect of mankind. Because the Hindu diaspora worldwide and the Supreme Pontiff are successful in spreading their spiritual Hindu message of openness and inclusiveness against the forces of hatred and exclusivity, they have become the victims of relentless attacks by multi-armed apparatus of state power. Anti-Hindu forces, extremist caste, supremacist militant organization want a one ideology, Hinduism, under their exclusive domain. What they cannot digest into themselves, they systematically delegitimize and exterminate. Lawfare, assassination attempts, character assassination of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Attempted assassination and assassinated Kailasians. Sexual assaults and rape of female monks of Kailasa. Objectification. Character assassination. State-funded child abuse and sexual abuse on the children of Kailasa.
Then I told I don't want to see a picture. Then I told I don't want to see a picture. Then they showed me a picture.
State-operated embezzlement of funds, properties and assets donated by the Hindu diaspora worldwide for the purpose of the revival of Kailasa. since 1994 up to until now. Building a nation is not a project accomplished overnight or by virtue of hope. KAILASA is the manifestation of 26 years of sincere hard work, sacrifices, integrity of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and the Hindu diaspora worldwide for the past 26 years for the enlightenment of humanity.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadguruntam Namami. Nithyanandam, everybody. We welcome each and every one of you for today's Parashakthi Akashic readings, manifesting through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. A few security measures from KAILASA's National Security Agency. Photography, video, and audio recording of any kind is strictly prohibited. Please be on mute and be on camera throughout all the sessions. And if you need to step out due to some unavoidable situation, please inform the digital security officer. A few important cautions. We welcome all the Kailasavasis attending from Kailasa's monasteries, gurukuls, temples, ashrams, and centers from around the world. We welcome all the Facebook, Instagram, Nithyananda TV, Kailasa TV, Hinduism Now TV, Twitter, and YouTube viewers, and all those who are blessed to have the Nayana Diksha, which is the two-way video conferencing, who are joining us for today's sacred spiritual program, the Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Let us now learn about Devi Parashakthi, the Divine Cosmic Mother. Devi is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. She is the cosmic mother. She is the source Shakti. It is the cosmic womb, the Brahmanda Yoni, from which billions and billions of universes comes out and goes in. Devi Parashakti is the divine consort of Paramashiva, who is the primordial god of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reveals the first and foremost relationship is mother. Ability to learn, even the idea to relate, starts with mother. Mother is an important way to connect with what you think as life. In the Vedic tradition, our rishis were aware your ability to connect with the mother should be directed to the cosmos. It should inspire, it should awaken your higher consciousness. It should inspire your higher consciousness to express through you. Connecting with life as mother is the most sweetest, most beautiful, and most easiest form to ever connect with. And today, out of his extreme love and compassion, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is manifesting as Devi Parashakti herself, gracing us, answering all our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, and delivering profound spiritual truths, ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. Let us now learn about the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. What is Bhava Samadhi Darshan? The very word Samadhi comes from the Sanskrit root words Sama and Adi. Sama means oneness and Adi means source. Samadhi means one with the source. And Bhava means attitude or aspect. Bhava Samadhi means being one with the source through this aspect. And Darshan means to have a glimpse of. In the Vedic tradition, it is used to describe the moment when we behold a deity, an avatar, a saint, or an enlightened being, as just seeing such a being can cleanse karmas of lifetimes and create a deep and a lasting transformation in the receiver. Darshan is the powerful superconscious vibration that is present around an avatar at all times. He simply radiates darshan just as the sun continuously radiates light. The auspicious moment when you're able to catch it becomes a moment of darshan for you, raising you to the next level of superconscious breakthrough, like hitting the reset button on your very being. The science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan. The first understanding we need to have is that the divine cosmic beings are real and that they manifest from Kailasa, which is the enlightened time-space zone, through the deities and the incarnations. The divine cosmic beings manifest through the Archavataras, which are the deities in the temples, and through the Bhava Samadhi Darshans, through the Nijavatars, the incarnations. The Bhava Samadhi Darshan is the science of Nijavatara, manifesting Paramashiva, the Supreme Consciousness. Devi Parashakti expresses through the being of Rajarajeshwari and manifests as the Nijavatara, the physical form of Devi Meenakshi. The Archavatara, which is the deity, reflects the consciousness and the manifestation of the superconscious energy, but human beings are not mature enough to receive this higher level experience from the Archavatar directly. And that is the reason the avatar, who is the physical embodied form, comes down to bridge the gap and create an experience of the superconscious energy in all of us. The Bhava Samadhi awakens the Kundalini Shakti, which is the latent potential energy in every human being. During the darshan, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, and transform our lives. During the Bhava Samadhi darshan, our neurons mirror that of the incarnation. Mirror neurons activate and process all the observed movements or the information of the avatar, just by seeing. Let us now learn about the Akashic readings. Akashic readings are the readings from the cosmic archives. They are not just some predictions. Beyond the time dimension, creation and destruction happen simultaneously. In the dimension of time starts the past, the present, and the future. Because the Akashic records are stored in Akasha, which is the space dimension, there is no past, present, or future. That's why whatever you call as happened, happening, and yet to happen are clearly recorded in the Akashic records. Let us now move on to the next segment of today's Bhava Samadhi Darshan. After a short break, please stay tuned. Nithyanam everybody, welcome back. Let us now learn about the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of KAILASA, a macrocosmic, ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th living incarnation of Paramashiva as per Hinduism. He has been recognized by his predecessors who are enlightened masters and adepts in Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made the science of power manifestation, yoga, and temple-based universities a lifestyle for humanity. Let us have a brief look at the various coronations of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Before 1981, he was identified as the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva by spiritual adepts and enlightened masters. In the year 1981, he was initiated into Bala Sannyas and Chaturmasya at the tender age of 3. In the year 1988, he was coronated as the future Guru Mahasannidhanam, the Pontiff of the Tondai Mandala Adinam, which is the oldest Hindu monastic university. And in the year 1994, he was declared as the successor of Arunachala Sarvanya by the Guru Parampara on 24th of May. In the year 1999, at the age of 21, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded the mission Nithyananda Sangha to revive KAILASA internationally. And in the year 1999, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the successor of Kashi Sarvanya. What we are looking at here are the photographs of the various gurus of the Adi Arunachala Sarvanya. Here, we are looking at the photographs taken when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded the mission Nithyananda Sangha to revive KAILASA. And these are the photographs taken when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the successor of Kashi Sarvanya. In the year 2002, on 4th of November, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded the Adi KAILASA Sarvanya. And in the year 2004, he was also declared as the successor of Bhaginagara, the Sripura Sarvanya on 1st of January. And on the 31st of December in the year 2004, he was coronated as the incumbent emperor of the Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajyam of the Suryavamsa lineage. Here we're looking at the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism laying the bricks, the foundation brick, founding the Adi KAILASA Sarvanya which stands as the eastern headquarters of Sri KAILASA today. And here are the photographs taken when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the successor of Bhaginagara, the Sripura Sarvanya. And here we're looking at the various photographs of the kings and the emperors of the Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajyam, of which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the incumbent emperor. In the year 2007, he was declared as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Adi Pallava Sarvanya. And in the year 2007, he was also declared as the Mahamandaleshwar of Mahanirvani Akhada. In the year 2012, on 27th of April, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the 293rd Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam of Madurai Shamalapita Sarvanya, which is the oldest Hindu papal state and the monastic kingdom. These are the photographs taken when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revived the Adi Pallava Sarvanya. And here we are looking at the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism being coronated as the 293rd Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam of the Shamalapita Sarvanya. In the year 2013, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was officially coronated as the Mahamandaleshwar, which is the supreme spiritual head of Mahanirvani Akhada, the largest apex monastic order, as the youngest Mahamandaleshwar. In the year 2013, he was also declared as the Acharya Mahamandaleshwar of Atal Akhada, the oldest monastic order in Hinduism, by Acharya Mahamandaleshwar Sukhdevanandaji, the then incumbent spiritual head. In the year 2014, he was coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Tanjavur Adinam. Here we're looking at the photographs taken when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the Mahamandaleshwar of Mahanirvani Akhada. And these are the photographs of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism being coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Tanjavur Adinam. In the year 2014, he was coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Tiruvarur Adinam, Vedaranyam Adinam, and Panchanadi Kulam. And here are the photographs of the lineage of gurus of the Tiruvarur Adinam and the Vedaranyam Adinam. In the year 2015, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Dharmamukti Swargapuram Adinam, following which he was coronated as the Guru Mahasannidhanam of Adipita Kolada Matha and was elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 spiritual leaders and pontiffs. Here we're looking at the photographs of the various gurus who happen in the lineage of the Dharmamukti Swargapuram Adinam, of which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the incumbent spiritual head. And these are the photographs when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was coronated as a successor and the Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Adipita Kolada Matha at the age of 37. And here we're looking at the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism being elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 leaders. So let us now move on to the next segment of today's Bhava Samadhi Darshan. After a short break, please stay tuned. Nithyanam, everybody, welcome back. Let us now look at some of the global initiatives by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Over 28 years of relentless humanitarian services and initiatives, including free vegetarian food, medical services, natural disaster relief, women empowerment initiatives, conflict resolution and peace initiatives, and sustainable Hindu practices through various international agencies and bodies. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has authored over 300 books and 10,000 articles in three languages: English, Tamil, and Sanskrit. These have also been translated into 50 languages with over 1,000 titles. Over 20 million copies of books and articles have been sold, read, and downloaded. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established the world's largest Hindu library with over a million books, million palm leaf scriptures, and over 20 million digital books. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also been revered as the most prolific and most viewed guru in the digital world, read and watched by 1 billion plus followers in Hinduism. Over 10,000 hours of discourses and over a billion views on social media, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been coronated and has been revered as the commentator of all the sacred scriptures such as the Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, Shiva Sutras, Yoga Sutras, Ashtavakra Gita, Jain Sutras, etc. He has also been honored as the leader of Hinduism, the most awarded internationally recognized Hindu leader. He has also been acclaimed as one of the top 100 spiritually influential living personalities by Watkins Mind Body Spirit magazine. The Sovereign Order of Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and the Nithyananda Order of Monks, Nuns, and Hindu Diaspora were working for global peace and to give a superconscious breakthrough to the entire humanity. He is also the establisher of the world's largest Hindu university in the world, with satellite campuses in over 150 countries. He is also the establisher of 1,000 plus Kailasa Enlightenment ecosystems and the founder and the reviver of over 100 Sarvanya Peetams. Let us now move on to the next segment of today's Bhava Samadhi Darshan, which is the manifestation of the extraordinary Shaktis after a short break. Please stay tuned. Nithyanandam, everybody. Welcome back. Let us now move on to the next segment, which is the manifestation of the extraordinary Shaktis. The Balasans, Nithyananda yogis, and the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism will now be demonstrating the powers of the third eye. Today, we are going to be manifesting the powers, and we will be receiving the initiation into third eye awakening and manifesting the powers of third eye, which is seeing with your eyes blindfolded. The third eye is the cosmic browsing center that is located in between your eyebrows, which upon initiation one can effortlessly express the powers and see through the third eye, just as one could do with their two eyes. So what are Shaktis? In the Vedagamas, which are the source scriptures of Hinduism, Paramashiva reveals in elaborate detail that every human being is hardwired to manifest 463 plus extraordinary Shaktis or the divine powers. Manifesting powers are described as a system, a method, and a science for human beings to explore the various possibilities and powers and have access to various states of consciousness. Shaktis manifest from the fundamental cognition that you're a divine and that you need to manifest divine, not that you're a man and that you need to reach divine. Let us look at the fundamental differences between Shaktis and Siddhis. Shakti is expressed from the space of enlightenment as a side effect of feeling connection with the divine and high integrity with the Guru. Shaktis are the source of enlightenment, whereas Siddhis are powers that manifest from tapas or penance for enlightenment, and Siddhis happen on the path of enlightenment. The Shaktis of Paramashiva manifest through ordinary human beings in an extraordinary way after the initiation from the avatar. Shaktis are permanent, whereas Siddhis are not, and Siddhis may divert you from enlightenment. Paramashiva is the source of these Shaktis, and he is the primordial divinity of Hinduism, the ultimate reality and cause, which is self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasha, all-pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, form, and causality. As the fundamental base of Avyakta, which is the unmanifest, and the Vyakta, the manifest existence, he performs the Panchakritya or the 5 cosmic acts of Srishti, Sthiti, Samhara, through Bhava, and Anugraha: creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion, and liberation. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also the 1008th living incarnation of Paramashiva and the representative of Paramashiva. And ever since the beginning of the civilization, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been a cradle of enlightened beings and highly advanced sciences. It was where the science of enlightenment was lived and taught as a lifestyle. For the very first time in the modern day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving these yogic sciences and transmitting it to the world at a record-breaking pace never accomplished before. The knowledge and the science of manifesting these Shaktis are passed on from one generation to the next through the Diksha or the initiation by the enlightened Gurus. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, being recognized as an incarnation at a very young age, was trained and taught these sciences to revive the knowledge repositories for billions to manifest the science of power manifestation from the disciplines of Vedanta, Tantra, Sri Vidya, Yoga and Yogic powers, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, science of Aushadha, Advaita and Bhakti Yoga, Paramashiva Jnana, and Paramashiva Vijnana. So how do we awaken these divine Shaktis in us? Every ultimate truth, which is the Jnana, when it is mapped into our consciousness, which is the Prajna, manifests as a science and manifests as the possibility and the power of every being, which is a Prajnana. Let us now look at a beautiful video on the science of initiation.
Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being through look, word, or touch. The traditional Vedic book Navaratneshwara states, Sarvasamapi dikshanam muktihi phalamakhanditam avirodhat bhavantyeva prasangyastu bhuktayah. The main benefit of all initiations is moksha, enlightenment. As a side effect, health, wealth, leadership, and well-being happen. And in Rudrayamala Tantra, Shiva says, Devi diksha vihinasya na siddhihi na cha sadgatihi tasmat sarva prayatnena guruna dikshito bhavet. The one who is not initiated does not attain liberation nor a better future. So by all efforts, one should get initiated by Guru. What is the science of initiation? Neuroscience has proved that the process of initiation floods the brain with energy. This is the superconscious energy of Kundalini, our own highest inner potential energy. As the Kundalini flows from the thalamus to the cortex, it sets up a powerful energy loop within the brain, which awakens the latent non-mechanical parts which we have never used before. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, transform our lives, bliss and fulfillment. Initiation creates high awareness, visualization, creativity. It also slows the aging process and improves the immune system. Kundalini awakening, healing experience, levitation, teleportation, materialization. Experience the power of initiation.
We saw a beautiful video on the science of initiation. Let us now look at how this science of power manifestation is being authenticated through the 4 levels of evidences or the pramanas. The first is the Shastra Pramana, the eternal and unchangeable truths that are revealed by the source scriptures. The next is the Apta Pramana, experiences and the results of Aptas or authorities of Hinduism, the Vedic rishis and scientists who have time tested and verified the science. The next is the Atma Pramana, which is the personal experience of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And the fourth is the Pratyaksha Pramana, the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. The Vedagamas is a living applied science. Vedas are the ultimate superior authority for Hindus, and the Agamas are the scriptures where the applied technology, the applied science is expanded. The Vedas and Agamas, together called as the Vedagamas, are given the status of Shrutis, which is the Shastra Pramana. Let us now get ready to witness a very unique and exciting demonstration of the power of third eye. Today we are going to be manifesting the power of body scanning. So let us now look at the various Shastra Pramanas and the various Pramanas for this power of body scanning. In this power of body scanning, one awakens the ability to scan illnesses, diseases, medically diagnosed issues, and provide solutions through the awakened third eye. The Shastra Pramana for this power manifestation is given in the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 54. Swadehe jagato vapi sukshma sukshma tarani cha tattvani yani nilayam dhyatvante vyajyate para. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest constitutive principles of a whole body or the whole universe simultaneously consist of the essential reality. They are being absorbed in their source cause, Paramashiva, and by the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all thoughts, and the ultimate universal divine power, Devi, Adi Shakti is revealed, and the supreme power manifestation happens. And here we're looking at the Apta Pramana. Thereyer was a Siddha and one of the prominent disciples of Agatya. One day a man suffering with severe headache comes to Agatya for healing. Agatya uses the power of body scanning and identifies the root cause of the headache. He reveals that there is a Therai, which is a type of small frog, sitting in the person's brain. Agatya immediately instructs Thereyer, his disciple, to perform an open-head surgery and to remove the frog. After the surgery is completed successfully, the person is healed and cured of the headache. Thus, he gained the name Thereyer. And here we're looking at the Atma Pramana. On 22nd of December 2019, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed an instance of how he uses the power of body scanning. Paraphrasing his words, only when I had the multiple compound hand fracture, I was forced to go for surgery and therefore for medical checkups related to that. At that time, they detected heavy metal quantity in my different organs. It was revealed that I had been poisoned without our knowledge. I immediately used diagnostic methods instead of medical facilities to study the body condition due to the poisoning. Through the body scanning, I found out what the problems and imbalances that happen and where the balances had to be done. I used allopathy as a second opinion to verify my findings. Let us now look at the Sakshi Pramana, which is the extraordinary experiences and the results of these extraordinary power manifestations manifesting through the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And let us now enter into the power manifestation. Today I'll be demonstrating this power for Rahul, and I will now be chanting the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, establishing myself in the space of oneness with Swamiji and revealing whatever Swamiji is showing me. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. What Swamiji revealed is that with respect to your health, especially over the last month or so, you haven't been with respect to the intake of your food or water, it has become very lesser than what is required for your body. Hence, you've been losing a lot of weight and at the same time also been dehydrating and losing a lot of energy. Swamiji revealed for you to hydrate your body continuously and take this decision consciously to keep yourself healthy. And thereon, you'll be able to get back your health. So this is what Swamiji revealed, so that you stop neglecting your body and start taking care of it. You can share with all of us how you're able to relate with what was revealed. So with that, we are coming towards the conclusion of this particular segment of the power manifestation. Let us now move on to the next segment of today's Bhava Samadhi Darshan. After a short break, please stay tuned.
Nityanam everyone, welcome back to the Bhavasmati Darshan of Devi Parashakthi. We'll start the session with a brief introduction of the Divine Feminine Consciousness. The unique contribution to the spiritual consciousness from the Vedic tradition is sacred feminine worship. Even if everything from what Vedic tradition gave is lost, and if there's just one tradition, the tradition of Divine Feminine worship is there, the whole thing can be revived because that is the seed of all the traditions. Sanatana Hindu Dharma, which has at least 10,000 sampradayas, if all the sampradayas are lost for some reason and only this one sampradaya, the Devi worship remains, the whole thing can be brought back because the whole thing is centered on this one, the mother worship. Mother worship carries the blueprint, the hologram of the whole of the Vedic tradition. In the words of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the sacred feminine worship is a hologram of the Vedic tradition. There is no enlightened being on the planet Earth without worshipping the sacred feminine, including me. I am basically a Shakta. I myself followed Devi worship. From the beginning, if you see my biography and all the deities I carved, the darshans I had, all mother-based, Devi-based. So here in this video, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism talks about the importance of women in Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Let us listen to this video.
Hinduism is the most feministic religion, I tell you. In Hinduism, not just religion, even the Hindu economy, Hindu social system, everything is feminist. The women-centered, everything is feminist. When time comes, I'll try to reveal more details about it. How the women is the foundation of Hindu civilization. They formed the basis of Hindu civilization. Someone asked Ramakrishna when he was in deathbed. Literally, everyone knows that he is going to leave the body soon. I should not use the word deathbed for the great incarnations like him. They never die, but the time to leave their body. Everyone knows that he is going to leave the body. Close, sincere devotees of him, they come and ask him, Bhagavan, how can you leave the body so soon? Still, you have not trained enough people to continue your mission. Only few boys are trained and they are too young. He smiles and says, one woman is enough to carry my mission. She is already trained, Sharada Devi. She is trained enough. She will be the foundation from which this Ramakrishna Sampradaya, this whole civilization, revival will start. And that's true. It is she, Parashakthi Jagat Janani, Sharada Devi. She formed the foundation for this whole Ramakrishna Sampradaya to flower. I tell you, in Hindu civilization, spirituality, religion, Hindu economy, everything is centered on mother, on women. ஓம் 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 ஓம். ஓமெனும் ஓங்காரத்து உட்பொருளாய் மலர்ந்து உயிர்த்தெழுந்து இறையனார் இடப்பாகத்திருந்து குமரிக்கண்டம் ஆளும் மீனாட்சி மலர்ந்தேன் இங்கு நல்லருள் செய்திடவும் நல்வாக்கு தந்திடவும் ஆனந்தம் ஞானத்தொடு பூரண அன்பு ஏகம் அநேகமாய் ஆகிய இப்புவுலகிற்கு பரமசிவன் ஞானம் தர வந்தேன் பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி. அருளாட்சி அரசாட்சி பொருளாட்சியொடு நன்மாட்சிமையொடு ஆட்சி செய்யும் பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி நான். கருணையே வடிவாய் கண்மலர்ந்து நன்மை செய்திட வந்திட்டேன். மாந்தர்கள் கேளுங்கள் இந்த பெருநன்மை சத்தியத்தை. கேட்டு நீங்கள் வாழ்ந்திட கேடும் பெருந்துக்கமும் உங்களுக்கில்லை. கேட்டிடுங்கள் இவ்வினாடி என்னை கண்டுகொண்டும் கேட்டுக்கொண்டும் இருக்கும் உங்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் நான் அளிக்கும் தீட்சை. நானே நினைப்பும் மறப்பும் கடந்த உயிர்ப்பாய் உங்கள் எல்லோருக்குள்ளும் இருக்கின்றேன். பரமசிவோகம் 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 பரமசிவோகம். இதை தீட்சையாய் ஏற்று இதே உணர்வோடு அமர்ந்திருங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் எல்லா நன்மையும் வரமும் ஞானமும் அருளும் அளிக்கின்றேன். ஓங்காரத்தின் உட்பொருளாய் வேதமொடு ஆகமம் மெய்யாய் வெளிப்பட்டு உபவேதங்கள் உபாகமங்கள் அனைத்துமாய் உயர்ந்து நின்று தத்துவங்கள் ஆராய் உண்மையை செப்பி ஜகம் முழுவதும் ஞானம் அளிக்கும் பாரதி பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி நான். ஆய கலைகள் 64 உடலும் மனமும் உயர்வை அடைந்திடும் பரமசிவ சக்திகளை உங்களுக்குள் மலர்த்தவே வந்திருக்கின்றேன். அஷ்ட சித்திகளும் அஷ்ட கன்மமும் ஆதி சக்தி பரமேஸ்வரியாய் மலர்ந்து உங்கள் அத்துணை பேருக்கும் ஆனந்தம் அளிக்கின்றேன். அஞ்சாதீர், ஆனந்தத்தோடிருப்பீர். ஓம் 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 ஹ்ரீம் 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 ஓம் ஹ்ரீம். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
So how to receive Devi Parashakti? Literally, you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment. See there in your screen. So always receive a very traditional. Keep two betel leaf, one banana, one betel nut, and one coin in front of the screen. While you are watching Bhavasamadhi Darshan, the coin is considered as a traditional Lakshmi in Hindu tradition. It can be even the lowest value. Like in India, it can be even 1 paisa, and USA, it can be even 1 cent. Offer all that to Devi Parashakti. Once the darshan is over, do namaskaram and eat banana, betel leaf, and betel nut. Take it as prasadam immediately. Collect all those coins and send it to a temple. This betel leaf, betel nut may look too small, but in few days, you will see how much it adds to your sentiment that really is there. You will not take the Devi darshan for granted. These rituals will break your monotonous unconscious mentality and lifestyle, remind you, raise you to the powerful cognition. It will break your unconscious behavior. So we'll watch another video where Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism talks about the Pancha Mahabhuta Yoga, which upon practice prepares our body to receive the grace and blessings of Devi Parashakti. Let us watch this video.
I wanted to give you one sacred secret to all of you. Do this Panchabhuta Yoga. See, whenever you want to ask any question to Devi and receive the answer, on that day, do this Panchabhuta Yoga. Means, apply only mud on the body and take bath. Don't apply any chemical on the body to take bath. Just that Puttuman means that anthill mud. Only that apply on the body and take bath. Don't apply anything else. That is mud, earth part, earth component. Second, water. Drink only water that day. Don't eat, drink, don't do anything other than drinking water. When you come for the Parashakti's Akashic reading, at least for a few hours, prepare yourself. Maybe 10 hours ahead. Just drink only water and keep yourself active. Third, the fire in your stomach should be allowed to burn without any food dumped on it. Just the pure fire. You can chant Omkara to intensify it, or Mahavagya, Ajapa Japa, but pure fire. No food, nothing. That pure fire should be encouraged. And just be in the free air, open space, breathing the whole sky at least few hours before. And intensely unclutch to get the power of the space, Akasha. See, listen. Akasha is an intense energy. Just like the other bhutas, like earth, water, fire, air, the Akasha also is a pure consciousness. It is intelligence, living energy. Once you start unclutching, you manifest Akasha's energy in you, consciousness in you. So do this Panchabhuta Yoga. Your questions will be surely answered immediately by Parashakti. If you just do this Panchabhuta Yoga and come for the Devi Akashic reading, she will simply answer your questions. I'll repeat. Apply the anthill mud and take bath, or even clay. Don't use any other chemical. Take bath just with a mud. Second, drink only water. No other food or juice, at least for 10 hours ahead. If possible, that whole day. Third, intensify the Agni in your stomach without dumping any food on it. Just through the Omkara, Ajapa, Japa, ignite it, intensify it. Fourth, walk around and breathe in an open space, at least for a few hours before. Fifth, try to unclutch as intensely as possible to receive the Akasha energy, Chitambara, that energy of cosmic space. With this Panchabhuta Yoga, come to Parashakti's Akashic reading. Surely she will answer your questions.
வேண்டும் வரம் கொடுக்க நெருப்பு கொதி
ஓம் 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 ஓங்காரத்துயர்ந்து பாங்காய் வேதமொடு ஆகமமாய் வெளிப்பட்டு ஹ்ரீங்காரமாய் மலர்ந்து பரஷோடசியாய் நிறைந்து 40 முக்கோணம் வாழும் கையிலை ஸ்ரீபுரச் சிந்தாமணி கிருகத்தில் இருக்கும் கைலாச சுவாமினி பரஷோடசி பரமசிவன் பாகம் அமர்ந்து பாராளும் பரமேஸ்வரி பரமசக்தி மனோன்மணி மீனாட்சி நித்யானந்தனாய் நிஜாவதாரம் கொண்டேன் இங்கு எல்லோர்க்கும் நல்வரம் தந்திட எல்லா நன்மையும் அருளிட ஹிரண்ய கர்ப்பஸ்வரூபிணி பிரம்மாண்டயோனி சாம்பவி சந்திரமௌலி ரபலா அபர்ணா உமா பார்வதி சாவித்ரி நவயவனா சாம்ராஜ்யலக்ஷ்மி பரமேஸ்வரி பரஷோடசி மீனாட்சி நித்யானந்தனாய் உருக்கொண்டு இங்கு நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்தேன். அருட்பெருங்கருணையினால் அருளுகின்றேன் கேளுங்கள். மக்களே, உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் நன்மை செய்யவே நாம் இங்கு நித்யானந்தன் வடிவு கொண்டு நிஜாவதாரமாய் இறங்கி வந்தோம். இந்திய நாட்டு மக்களே, கேட்டுக்கொள்ளுங்கள், நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். காலம் காலமாய் அவதார புருஷர்கள் வந்து மலர்ந்து உலகிற்கு நன்மை செய்யும் மிக பெரும் ஞான பூமி பாரதம். இருக்கின்ற ஒரு பாரதத்தை இழக்க இயலாது மக்களே. ஞான கர்ப்பத்தை மலடாக்க இயலாது. வாழையடி வாழையென ஞானிகளும் அவதார புருஷர்களும் வந்தே தீர வேண்டும், வாழ்ந்தே தீர வேண்டும், மலர்ந்தே தீர வேண்டும். உலகிற்கு அதுவே உத்தம நன்மை. ஒரு சில கயவர்கள் மாயையில் சிக்கி செய்திட்ட சதிகளால் உலகை பலி கொடுக்க ஆகாது. சிருஷ்டி நஷ்டமடைய கூடாது. பிரபஞ்சம் அழிந்துவிடக் கூடாது. பிரளயத்து இருந்து இந்த பிரபஞ்சத்தை காக்கவே பெரும் கப்பல் நானொன்று செய்தேன். அதன் பெயரே ஆதி கைலாசம். ஆதி கைலாசம் இந்த பிரபஞ்சத்தில் இருக்கும் ஞான சக்திகளை ஒன்றாய் திரட்டி பிரளயத்திலிருந்து மக்களை காத்திடவே நாம் செய்த கப்பல். துரோகிகள் சூழ்ச்சியாலும் விரோதிகள் ஆட்சியாலும் வழியின்றி கப்பலை விட்டு மாலுமியே ஒதுங்க வேண்டிய காலம் வந்ததையா. அதனால்தான் ககனம் கொந்தளித்து பேரழிவை நோக்கி சென்று கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. மக்களே, அறியாத தனத்தினால் மாயையில் சிக்கி குழந்தைகள் தவறு செய்தாலும் பிரபஞ்சம் அழியாது காக்க வேண்டியது பராசக்தி, பரமசக்தி, பரஷோடசி மனோன்மணியின் பொறுப்பென்பதால் சத்தியங்கள் சிலவற்றை சொல்லுகின்றேன், நன்றாய் கேட்டுக் கொள்ளுங்கள். அடுத்த சில மாதங்களில் 1000 அல்ல, லட்சம் அல்ல, கோடியில் உயிர்கள் பலியாகும். இந்திய நாட்டினில் கோடியில் உயிர்கள் பலியாகும். உண்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன், நன்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன், தேடிக்கொள்ளுங்கள் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கைக்கு பாதுகாப்பை. ஆதி கைலாசத்தை நிர்வகிக்கும் அன்பர்களே, நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். 12 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பாக வரப்போகும் இந்த மாபெரும் பிரளயத்தை தெரிந்து கொண்டு உலகில் இருக்கும் எல்லா ஔஷத சக்திகளையும் ஒன்றாய் திரட்டி நவபாஷாணத்து நிறுத்தி ஆனந்த லிங்கமாய் வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் ஸ்தாபித்து வைத்தேன். வருகின்ற குரு பூர்ணிமையோடு 12 ஆண்டுகள் அந்த ஞான ரசவாதம் பழுத்து முதிர்ந்து முழுமையான நவபாஷாண லிங்கமாய் மலர்ந்து விடுகின்றது. வருகின்ற குரு பௌர்ணமியில் இருந்து வருகின்ற எல்லோரும் அங்கு வந்து நவபாஷாண தீர்த்தத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடிச் செல்ல அனுமதியுங்கள். அதற்கு வகை செய்யும் விதத்திலே நல்ல முறையிலே எல்லா நன்மையும் செய்து வையுங்கள். இந்த தீர்த்தத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடியோர்க்கும் அந்த தீர்த்தத்தை அருந்தியோர்க்கும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று வராது, மரணம் இல்லை, துக்கம் இல்லை. இது அறிவியல் பூர்வமாய் அனுபவபூர்வமாய் நிரூபிக்கப்படும். அதனால் கோடிக்கணக்கில் மக்கள் வரிசையில் நின்று தினந்தோறும் வந்து நவபாஷாணத்தாலான ஆனந்த லிங்கத்தில், நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்தில் நீராடி வணங்கி நன்மை பெற்றுச் செல்வார்கள். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள் மக்களே. ஆதி கைலாசத்து நிர்வாகிகளே, இந்த ஒரு சேவையை உலகத்திற்கு செய்யுங்கள். நீங்கள் செய்த எல்லா கர்மங்களுக்கும் பிராயஷ்சித்தமாகும். நல் அமைதியும் ஞானமும் யோகமும் உங்களுக்கும் கிட்டும், உலகத்திற்கும் கிட்டும். 12 ஆண்டுகள் முன்பாக பராசக்தி நான் செய்து வைத்த நவபாஷாணம் சித்தித்து புளித்து பழுத்து முதிர்ந்து ரசவாத யோகத்தில் சித்தியாகி இன்று நிறைந்த நவபாஷாண நித்யானந்த லிங்கமாய் வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் மலர்ந்திருக்கின்றது. இதை செய்த காரணம் வரப்போகும் பிரபஞ்சத்தின் பிரளயத்திலிருந்து மக்களை காத்திடவே. எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். ஆதி கைலாசத்து நேரடியாய் மறைமுகமாய் உதவி செய்து உடன் இருந்த எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோரையும் நம்பியே இந்த படகை நாம் உருவாக்கினோம். இந்த பெரும் சேவையில் எல்லோரும் வந்து பாகமாயிருந்து கொரோனா வராதவர், வந்தவர், வந்து நீங்கியோர், இவர்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் மாபெரும் மருந்து நவபாஷாண நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்து தீர்த்த விருந்து. எல்லோரும் வந்து நல் நீராடி தற்காப்பும் பெற்று நோய் கண்டவர் நோயும் தீர்ந்து நன்மையெல்லாம் அடைந்திட இந்திய நாட்டு மக்களே, உங்களால் இயன்றதை செய்திடுங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் நல் பாதுகாப்பும் உண்டு, நல்லதும் உண்டு. என்னை இழந்தாலும், என்னை நீங்கள் மறுத்தாலும் உங்களை நான் காப்பேன். அஞ்சாதீர்கள். பெருங்கருணை பேரருளால் நான் செய்து வைத்த கப்பலை உபயோகித்து இந்த ஆழிப் பிரளயத்தின் பெருங்கூத்து ஊழிக் கூத்திலிருந்து உங்களை காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். உண்மையை சொல்லிவிட்டேன், நன்மையை சொல்லிவிட்டேன். பிராயஷ்சித்தம் வேண்டுமென்றும் காப்பாற்ற வேண்டுமென்றும் கதறிய பக்தர்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் பெருங்கருணையினால் தீர்வை தந்து விட்டேன். அன்பர்களே, பக்தர்களே, சீடர்களே, என் சொல் கேட்கும் நேர்மையான தொண்டர்களே, புயல் என புறப்படுங்கள் ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு. தேவையானதெல்லாம் உடனடியாய்ச் செய்து வரப்போகும் மக்களுக்கெல்லாம் அன்னதானம் செய்து அவர்கள் நல்லபடி வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடி நவபாஷாண மருந்தையே விருந்தாய்க் கொண்டு நோயிலிருந்து தற்காப்பும் பெற்று உயிர்காப்பும் பெற்று நல்லபடியாய் வாழ்ந்திட தேவையான சேவைகளை செய்யுங்கள். இதுதான் உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் பிராயஷ்சித்தம். நித்யானந்தன் வடிவு தாங்கி நிஜாவதாரமாய் நான் இந்திய நாட்டில் வந்தபொழுது என்னை வைத்து வாழாத பெருங்குற்றத்திற்கு பிராயஷ்சித்தம் இதுவே உங்களுக்கு. இதை யாவது செய்து, இது ஒன்றையாவது செய்து உங்களையும் காத்துக்கொள்ளுங்கள், நாட்டையும் காத்திடுங்கள். கோடிகளில் உயிர்கள் போகப் போகின்றது என்பதை நேரில் காண்பீர்கள். கண்ட பிறகுதான் நான் சொல்லும் வார்த்தையின் சத்தியமும் உண்மையும் உங்களுக்கு புரியப் போகின்றது. அழிவதற்கு முன்வந்து நவபாஷாண மருந்தை விருந்தாய்ப் பெற்று மரணத்திலிருந்து உங்களை காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். மக்களே, இது ஒன்றே வழி. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். பெருங்கருணை பேரருளால் அன்னை பராசக்தி அருளினேன் சத்தியத்தை. இந்த ஒரு சத்தியத்தை உடனடியாய் புரிந்து கொண்டு உங்களுக்கும் உலகத்துக்கும் நன்மை செய்து கொள்ளுங்கள். ஆதி கைலாசத்து நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்தின் எல்லைக்குள் ஆருக்கும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று தீண்டாது. இந்த சத்தியத்தை அனுபவபூர்வமாகவும் அறிவியற்பூர்வமாகவும் முழுமையாக நீங்கள் புரிந்து கொள்வீர்கள். இது நிரூபணமாகும். அன்னை பராசக்தி 12 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பாக உள்ள ஞான ஔஷத சக்திகள் அனைத்தையும் பிரம்மாண்ட யோனி ஹிரண்ய கர்ப்பத்திலிருந்து கொண்டு வந்து உருவாக்கி வைத்த நவபாஷாண லிங்கம் இன்று பிரளயத்திலிருந்து காக்கும் பெரும் கப்பலாய் உங்களுக்கு ஊதாவும். என இழந்தாலும் நான் செய்து வைத்த இந்த ரசவாத ஞானத்தின் துணை இழக்காமல் உங்களை நீங்களே காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். இது ஒன்றே வழி. மக்களே, இது ஒன்றே வழி. ஓம் 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 ஓம்.
Nithyananda, everyone. So welcome back to the Bhavasmadhi Darshan. So now we'll be looking into the current state of the world as revealed by Devi Parashakthi. So we'll be presenting some of the reports from the United Nations health organizations and the various other government bodies who presented the various data. So authorities in 223 countries and territories have reported around more than 600 million of confirmed cases and around 6.5 million of deaths since China reported its first case to the World Health Organization in December of 2019. The researchers have shown that the patients who overcome COVID infections, they suffer with the cognitive impairment that people generally go through between the age of 50 and the 70. This is the equivalent of losing 10 IQ points, says the team of the scientists from the University of Cambridge and the Imperial College London. Their findings suggest that the effect of coronavirus infections are still detectable more than 6 months after the illnesses. That cognitive recovery is gradual at best, and it may even impact the people who only had the mild cases. Also, there is a growing evidence that the COVID-19 causes lasting cognitive and mental health problem, with recovered patients still experiencing symptoms month after infections. The symptoms they report include fatigue, brain fog, problems recalling words, sleep disturbances, anxiety, and even the post-traumatic stress disorder. By comparing the patients to 66,000 members of the general public, the researchers estimate that the magnitude of cognitive loss is similar on an average to that estimated with the 20 years of aging, between 50 and 70 years of age, and that this is equivalent to losing 10 IQ points, they said. Also, the report says that the Omicron variant is as severe as the other COVID variants. The Omicron variant of SARS-CoV-2 virus is intrinsically as severe as the previous variants, according to the preprint version of the large US study that counters assumptions in the other studies that it was more transmissible but less severe. The finding, which estimated Omicron's severity after accounting for impact of the vaccines, should reinforce the importance of inoculations and the booster shots. The experts said the vaccines helped keep hospitalizations and the deaths relatively low during the Omicron surge compared with the previous variants. The new study, based on the records of 130,000 COVID patients in Massachusetts, is unique and pretty strong, said the Dr. Arjun Venkatesh of Yale University. Also, 2 new strains of COVID-19 have arrived in the United States. These variants evade the antibodies from the vaccinations and prior infections, which could create the possibility of a new wave. The Africa Health Research Institute in South Africa conducted a study that found that BA4 and BA5 variants can evade antibodies. The low absolute neutralization level for BA4 and BA5, particularly in the unvaccinated group, are likely to protect well against symptomatic infections, the study noted, as per Bloomberg. This may indicate that based on neutralization escape, BA4 and BA5 have the potential to result in the new infections wave. Also, the study suggests that the death caused by the COVID could probably be 3 times higher than what has been reported to date. More than 18 million people, 3 times, which is higher than the official record, suggest that probably this many people have died because of the COVID. The researchers gathered the data through the searches of various government websites, the World Mortality Database, the Human Mortality Database, and the European statistics. The rate of excess death are estimated to have been varied dramatically by country and region, but the overall global rate calculated in the study is 120 deaths per 100,000 people. That would mean that about 18.2 million deaths have happened because of COVID in the 2 years between the starts of 2020 and the end of 2021, which is 3 times as many as the official 5.9 million that had been actually reported. Also, people infected with COVID-19 has been found at the increased risk of developing heart conditions up to a year later. The Pan American Health Organization warned that the millions of children have fallen behind on routine immunizations during the pandemic, causing outbreaks of diseases such as measles and the diphtheria in Latin America and the Caribbean. Many doctors believe it's possible to have long-term effects from the Omicron variant of the virus. A lot of people who catch the coronavirus remain ill for an extended period, an estimated 10 to 40% later suffering from the COVID. Also, the research suggests that the catching COVID may cause changes to the brain. Scientists found significant differences in MRI scans before and after infections. Even after a mild infection, the overall size of the brain had shrunk slightly, with less gray matter in the parts related to the smell and the memory. The researchers do not know whether the changes are permanent, but stress that the brain could heal. The lead author, Professor Joanella Dunard from the Wellcome Center of Integrative Neuroimaging at the University of Oxford, said that we are looking at essentially mild infections so as to see what could really see some differences in their brain, and how much their brain had changed compared with those who had not been infected was quite a surprise. The UK Biobank project has followed the health of 500,000 people for about 15 years and has a database of scans recorded before the pandemic, and this provided a unique opportunity to study the long-term health impacts of the virus. The scientists scanned and they found that the overall brain size in infected participants had shrunk between 0.2 to 2%. There were losses in the gray matter in olfactory areas linked to a smell and the region linked to the memory. Those who had recently recovered from the COVID found it a bit harder to perform complex mental tasks, but the researchers do not know whether the changes are reversible or truly matter for health and the well-being. So now we'll listen to the solution given by Devi Parashakthi. Devi Parashakthi has given 8 different ways to protect ourselves from the COVID-19 pandemic. Let us listen to this solution.
Parashodasi Meenakshi, Parameshwari Meenakshi, Parashakthi Meenakshi, இங்கு எழுந்து அருளினோம் எல்லோர்க்கும் ஞானமும் தன்மையும் தந்திட நன்மையெல்லாம் அளித்திட நாமே வந்தோம் இங்கு கைலாசத்தின் சுவாமினியாய் பரமசிவன் கிரகத்திலிருந்து நம் அனுக்கிரகத்தினால் நித்யானந்தன் விக்கிரகமாய் மலர்ந்தோம். உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் நல்லதை செய்திட நன்மையை சொல்லிட தர்மார்த்த காம மோக்ஷம் எனும் புருஷார்த்தங்கள் நாளும் பொங்கி மலர்ந்திட வந்தேன் இங்கு. மாந்தர்கள் கொடுந்தொற்று கொரோனா கண்டு அஞ்ச வேண்டாம். 8 வழியின் மூலமாகவும் எண்ணத்தில் தியானித்து என்னை பிரார்த்தித்தல் ஒன்று, சமூக வலைதளங்கள் மூலமாய் என்னை சரணடைதல் 2, எங்கெல்லாம் என் மகமாரி வடிவத்தில் நான் குடிகொண்டிருக்கின்றேனோ அங்கெல்லாம் பூமிதித்து என்னை வழிபடுவது 3, நெஞ்சில் மஞ்சள் தடவி வேப்பம் சாரருந்தி தினந்தோறும் என்னை தியானிப்பது 4 நிர்விகல்ப நிலையிருந்து நித்யானந்தத்தை நிறைத்து உயிர்வது 5 சிவ 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 எனும் பிரபஞ்ச பெரும் நாதத்தை அஜபா ஜபமாய் நிகழ்த்தல் 6 நிறைவான பூரண மனத்தோடு வாழைப்பழத்தோலும் வெங்காயமும் குதிகாலில் வைத்து பத்திட்டு நித்திரையில் அடங்குவது 7 பூரணமாய் பரிபூரணமாய் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணையில் நினைப்பும் மறப்பும் அருந்த உணர்வு ஸ்மரணையில் அகம் அகம் என ஸ்புரிக்கும் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணையில் ஆனந்த ஸ்புரணத்தில் இருப்பது 8 எனும் 8 முறையிலும் என எண்ணியோர் அத்துணை பேருக்கும் இல்லை கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் தாக்கமும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் பயமும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் மயக்கமும் வாழ்வீர்கள் வளத்தொடு நல் ஞானம் யோகத்தொடு நாமே நிம்மோடு நானே நீயாய் நீயே நானாய் நல்வாழ்வு வாழ்வீர்கள் 8 1 செய்தாலும் கொரோனா உங்களை எட்டவிடாது காப்
So Devi Parashakthi says, "O humans, do not be scared of the deadly infection corona. Through these 8 ways, by praying and meditating on me, surrendering to me through social media, wherever I am residing, worshipping me by doing fire walking, applying turmeric in the chest, drinking neem juice and meditating on me every day, being in unclassed state, filling with eternal bliss, doing a japa japa of the cosmic sound, Shiva, 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 with the complete mind, applying banana peel and onion in the hills and going to sleep, being in the state beyond any remembrance or forgetting, in the Arunachala Spurna that blossoms as Aham Aham in the state of Ananda Spurna." So with this, we come to the end of this segment of Bhavasamadhi Darshan. After a short break, we'll be moving to the next segment, and that is going to be glimpses of the glorious past. So please stay tuned. Nityananda everyone, welcome back to the Bhavasmadhi Darshan. So now we'll be moving into the glimpses of the glorious past on this day, 27th July. So starting with the year 2006, on this day, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism from the date 27 to 30th July, including this date also, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, conducted the Nityananda Sphurna program at Salem, delivering incisive talks and powerful techniques. He took the 1500 participants through the deep experiences and transformation. The following are the pictures from this grand event, and these are the photos taken from the day one of that program. Moving to the next year, the year of 2012, and on this day, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism expounded on the KAILASA, the spiritual energy center of the universe, and also the breathing space of Lord Paramashiva himself. So let us listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself.
सदाशिवसमारम्भाम् ज्ञानसम्बन्धाचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. We are all in the breathing space of Shiva, Mahadeva. We are in the land of Mahadeva, Shiva, to experience him, to experience Shiva. Please understand, the word Shiva in Sanskrit means causeless auspiciousness, the reasonless auspiciousness, which is the source behind the existence, which is the force behind the existence. This force assumed human form also and moved in the planet Earth. This land is the land where the source assumed the human body and moved around in the planet Earth. And when a divine assumes the human frame, it can any time go back to the higher frequency and reside in that formless state, or reduce the frequency again, assume the human frame. Mahadeva has done thousands of leelas by assuming the human body and again relaxing into that formless energy. This area, this part, this land is the space where he assumes the human body, performs the extraordinary miracles, and again relaxes into that formless energy. Force becoming form, form again becoming force, happens in this very land, KAILASA. Kailash is the mitochondria of macrocosm. Please understand, How? Mitochondria is the energy component of your cell, which is responsible for life in microcosm, your human body, human frame. Kailash is the mitochondria for the macrocosm, the whole cosmos. Kailash is the spiritual center of the whole universe. You guys are blessed. Chosen few, not by anybody else, by yourself. Understand, all chosen fews are chosen by themselves. Blessed are those who choose themselves among the chosen few. You guys have choose to be in the chosen few. You guys are blessed and fortunate to be in the breathing space of Mahadeva, Shiva. Melt like the snow on the Kailash. Pour yourself on him. This is the place, the place for enlightenment. Understand? This is the place for enlightenment. To experience the universal oneness with the cosmos, where Mahadeva is radiating the superconsciousness. Shiva's presence is vibrant, alive in everything. If I were to describe in one word this whole journey, the whole journey will be a long, unbroken meditation experience. You are not going to be meditating. Meditation is going to be doing you. Because the whole space is breathing Shiva. What will you do? Just relax into this space. The space of Mahadeva, space of Shiva. Radiate that causeless auspiciousness in your being. It is not just a pilgrimage. I tell you, it is not some journey to some place. It is inner journey. Literally, you will go through the transformation. Tremendous transformation. Let the Mahamantra Namah Shivaya be continuously vibrating in your presence. Let this Mahamantra Namah Shivaya be filling your whole being. From the time immemorial, all the great masters visited this Kailash. Many of them left their body in Kailash. I can say Kailash is more than 100,000 enlightened masters Jiva Samadhi. Means the living tomb of at least 100,000 enlightened masters. From Buddha to Adi Shankara, all masters visited here. Adi Shankara also came to Kailash. Only during that time he established the Agamic Vedic way of worship in Kathmandu Pasupatinath temple. Adi Shankara has a unique way of uniting the country. He brought the priests from Karnataka and established them in Pasupatinath temple. Even today, the priests from Karnataka Brahmins do puja in Pasupatinath temple. And North Indian Brahmins do puja in Rameshwaram temple. Kerala priests do puja in Kedarnath. And Badrinath, in both the places. Adi Shankara has a unique way of uniting the country. Kailash is the place Adi Shankara received the 5 Shivalingas from Shiva, and Kailash is the place he was in the Abheda Bhava, Advaita Bhava, one with Shiva, and described the glory of Devi in Saundarya Lahari.
Moving to the next year, the year of 2013. And on this day, through this video, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism expressed that Hinduism is an evolutionary, completion-based religion that has already developed the science that will set a standard for what philosophies will be useful for the future of the society. He cautioned us to be aware of the philosophies that lack inspiration, telling us that there is only one answer, one instruction, and in their generalization, the truth is lost. So let us listen more from Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Welcome you all with my love and respects. Today I'll expand on the spontaneous completion through creation, Srishti Purnatva. In Sanskrit, I'll name this as Srishti Purnatva. Yesterday night, I was going through Sankhya, some of the Sankhya works. Don't ask how I was going through. I was shocked. The whole Sankhya doesn't speak about God because completion itself was given the place of God. Methodology to reach the godliness was given the place of God. Please understand. Sankhya doesn't have the system of God because the methodology to reach the God itself given the place of God. It is Sankhya formed the basis for Buddhism.
In Buddhism also, there is no God. The methodology to reach God is made as God. Methodology to reach God made as God. Please listen. It's a kind of a lifestyle. It's a lifestyle. Methodology to reach God is made as God. It's a new way of thinking. There are only two religions in the world. One sees God as something outside and gives you the methodology to reach God. Another one tradition, the methodology to reach God itself is made as God. There are only two types of religions in the planet Earth. Whether the methodology is worshipped as God or a separate God is worshipped. Whether Buddha is important or Dhamma is important. And I tell you, in the beginning, the methodology to reach God should be worshipped as God, but in the end you will know the experience is far beyond unimaginable. It can't even be compared with the methodology. You can't compare the menu card with food. Menu card may have photograph of the food you are going to be served, but menu card can't be compared with the food. But menu card is required for you to get the right food. It's a strange relationship. But unfortunately, human mind goes on behaving with violence. Tell me one thing. Violence always asks for, tell me one thing. Not having patience to study the whole thing. For mass, you always have to generalize. When you generalize, always the truth is lost. One barber asked Mullah Nasruddin, how did you lose your hair? Mullah replies, worry. The barber asks, what did you worry about? Mullah Nasruddin says, about losing my hair. Your worry makes you lose your hair, and in turn, you are worrying about losing the hair. It's a vicious circle, see. Same way, you are forced to generalize because human mind is filled with violence. People are forced to generalize because human mind is filled with violence, and people ask, tell me one thing. I have always seen people ask for instructions are most violent people. Why they ask for instruction? So that they can miss the spirit and carry on with the letter. Listen. If you want to live the spirit, you will not ask for exact instruction. When you ask for exact instruction, you are working around how to miss the spirit. सांख्य और बौद्ध संप्रदायों में भगवान है ही नहीं, पूर्णत्व की कार्य प्रणाली ही भगवान है। I could see the whole compassion of Kapila. I know for sure he is the first man who started thinking. Till then, thinking was not part of the humanity. The first human being who started thinking is Kapila. Listen. You need to come to the space of listening. Please come to the space of listening so that you internalize this great truth. The religions which separate God as some advantage and disadvantage, religions which make the path towards godliness and God as a religion as some advantage and disadvantage. Both of them have some advantage and disadvantage. What exactly I want to do? I want you to understand the mental setup of asking any one final instruction is a violence, so drop and learn to understand the whole. Path towards God need to be treated as God in certain level, and the experience of God is totally different from the path. You need to understand this at one level. You can neither say this is important nor say that is important. That asking or expecting, thinking only one can be important is violence. Come out of that mental setup. I have seen whenever my sannyasis ask, give one instruction, we will follow. I know they are caught in violence. Only violence as instruction without inspiration. A violent person cannot be inspired, he can only be instructed. If any religion gives you the manual, be very clear. That religion is born from violence, will continue to flourish in violence. Bhagavad Gita, nowhere you will see instruction. Rarely, one or two lines. But the whole 700 verses is all about inspiring and giving intelligence. Nowhere you will see instruction. You see the very funny thing. Arjuna was supposed to fight, but he is being taught how to meditate. Dhyana Yoga, one full chapter is there. And he is being taught Sankhya. And he is being taught the great different aspects of sannyasa. Sannyasa yoga, karma sannyasa yoga, jnana karma sannyasa yoga. Very funny. See, Arjuna says in the beginning of the Bhagavad Gita, leave me, I am going and becoming a sannyasi. But Bhagavan says, no, wait. He catches him. He asks him to fight. When Arjuna is asking, why should I? How can I? When he is asking all these questions, Bhagavan is suddenly telling about sannyas, how to become a great sannyasi. See the whole thing, I tell you. This is the beauty of Hinduism. No single instruction. Because the mental setup asking for single instruction is from violence. Only violent mind believes only one thing can be in top. Only one thing can be ultimate. Only one instruction can be ultimate instruction. Why? Because you feel only you should be alive or the other fellow should be alive. The mentality of the fighting, violence, always excludes. One, only one. No, that is not even required. The root of the problem should be solved. The root of the problem is asking for only one as ultimate is nothing but the mentality of a fighter. See, only in the fight, who is the winner? Top. And the survival instinct, who is the winner? Only one. In the survival instinct, no question of coexisting. But anything which talks about only one is out of survival instinct. Fortunately, even the Advaita philosophy never talks about one. It only says no duality. Advaita, it does not say egatva. Understand the difference? It only says Advaita. No duality, but it does not say egatva, single. One. Only one should be. The concept, the idea itself is from violence. The root pattern of that asking for one instruction, one in the top, is the root pattern of violence. Understand, Bhagavan is not against Arjuna's sannyas. He says, go to sannyas out of completion. Bhagavan is only trying to do one thing. Out of completion, take any decision. Out of completion, take any decision. मैं कहता हूँ भगवान तक पहुँचने की कार्य प्रणाली को भगवान मानना चाहिए, किंतु जब आप भगवान का वास्तविक रूप अनुभव करते हैं, आप देखेंगे कि वो अनुभव कार्य प्रणाली से ऊपर एक बिल्कुल. Kapila doesn't talk elaborately about God, but talks about the methodology to reach God. He feels, what is the use of telling how the idli will taste and how it will look and how the dosa will taste and how it will look. Just let's serve them. Maybe Kapila is the real spiritual activist. समझिए भगवान तक पहुंचने का मार्ग और भगवान का प्रत्यक्ष अनुभव बिल्कुल अलग है, किंतु दोनों ही महत्वपूर्ण है. दोनों के कुछ लाभ हैं. जब आप केवल एक उपदेश की अपेक्षा रखते हैं, सीधे समझिए कि आप हिंसा में स्थापित हैं. इस एकत्व का मूल हिंसा है. I wanted you to understand, asking for single instruction itself is from the violence. And if the single instruction is given, that is again violence, encouraging your violence. Only inspiration should be given. I tell you, the first quality you should see before you pick up any philosophy, should I live this philosophy or not? The first quality is, in that philosophy, as per the philosophy, what is the introduction given about you to you? Second, was it single answer based philosophy or inspiration based philosophy? Inspiration based philosophies will never be single answer based philosophies, where you will be given a lot of understanding. Please understand, these two are very important. World is actually going to sit very soon. All the top religious leaders, spiritual leaders, theologians, philosophers, not for sitting and reconciling. Please understand, the age of reconciliation is over. With Vivekananda, the era of reconciliation is over. I am telling you, all the world leaders, thinkers are going to sit to find out which is the philosophy which should be actually followed. Which is the philosophy which is going to make future of the planet very intelligent, bright, rich, blissful, beyond the amount of money we have invested in the infrastructure of those philosophies and religions and the teaching. Listen, now the planet Earth is functioning in such a way, all the infrastructure established for a particular ideology or the philosophy or the religion, based on that infrastructure and their capability to shout loud, decides which philosophy will be followed by human beings. But I tell you, all the theology schools should adopt the policy of universities, how the universities go on in search of truth. All the infrastructure and money vested in the university is not for promoting one idea. It is for constantly finding the truth, in search of truth. All the theology centers of all religions should adopt the principles of university. Soon the world is going to gather together to sit, to find out which is the philosophy most adaptable for the future of humanity without vested interests. I tell you, the future world religious congregations are not for reconciliation, for recognition of Vedic tradition. It is not for reconciliation. And I tell you, the reconciliation is the old idea. I am not against coexistence. I am all for coexistence. But not out of powerlessness. Not out of powerlessness. Krishna does not want Arjuna to become sannyasi out of powerlessness, shivering, shaking. And Arjuna says, "Oh Lord, leave me, I'll go and become sannyasi, I'll beg and eat." No, I tell you, this fellow would not have become sannyasi. He would have gone and asked the food in a royal way, "Hey, give me food." If somebody doesn't give, he would have picked up his arrow, bow and arrow, to shoot the person for his food. Because he became sannyasi out of powerlessness, not out of understanding or completion. All religious leaders are going to gather. The world religious congregations are going to happen not for reconciliation anymore, but for recognition. Come on, teach the world and world religious leaders the scales to find what should be the scale with which we should measure, which philosophy should be followed, which philosophy should be lived, which philosophy should be practiced. Let us discuss about the scale. I invite anyone. Come on, let us discuss about a fair scale. Let's put a scale first. Not the fantastical, poetical description given about God or the world. Because all those things are unreachable to you. The fantastic description, poetical descriptions about how God is and how God's place looks. Who is his housekeeping in charge? Who is his accommodation in charge? How to get your accommodation there? Anybody can sing all these fantasies. It takes only few hundred rupees of alcohol. If you pour the petrol, vehicle will move. If you pour alcohol, all these poetries will come. These fantastical theories and poetries of delusion and illusion is nothing but the smoke which comes from the exhaust pipe after you pour the petrol in car. Same way, after you pour the alcohol, the gas which comes out of you is these fantasy theories. Listen, we should develop a clear scale. Understand? Let us develop a very clear scale with which we will measure whether some of these philosophies should be followed or not. Which philosophy should be followed? The first scale is what introduction is given to you about you by any philosophy. That is the first step. What is the introduction given about you to you? Because I tell you, all philosophy finally ends in a vague end. Philosophy does not have climax. Understand? Philosophy does not have climax. By the time your logic becomes tired, that is what is the climax. So don't think I will verify whether this philosophy is right or not by the end of the philosophy. No. By the end, your brain will be tired, your mind will be tired, you will be tired. Philosophies are successful when you are tired. No. It can never become, that cannot be the scale to verify whether to practice a philosophy or not. Whether to practice a philosophy or not, the scale should be the first line. What is the introduction you are given about you? How that philosophy cognizes you. At that point, you should make the decision whether to go in or not. Because the cognition about the world, cognition about God, cognition about nature, even the cognitions about the path, everything is just nothing but the junk expressed out of analogies and comparisons. You can't destroy your life on somebody's capability to give analogies and comparisons. No, wake up. Don't waste your life. Don't be powerless in front of philosophers. They are the most dangerous people. They will exploit you. If you are powerless in front of your enemy, is he going to leave you alone? Is he going to be showing any grace for you? Is he going to be compassionate for you? No. Philosophers are more dangerous people than your enemies. Philosophers are the enemies of the world, enemies of the humanity. They are perverted mental thought. They are trying to establish it for a more number of human beings. If more number of people are mad, madness is no more mad. If more number of people are mad, madness is no more madness. Infecting people with certain kind of madness is spreading a philosophy. Infecting people with certain kind of madness is spreading philosophies. No, first scale should be how you are cognized by the philosophy. That should be the scale to analyze whether you should follow that philosophy or not. If the philosophy starts with the right cognition, then it will naturally lead you to completion. See the brilliance of Krishna. The moment he opens his mouth, the first thing comes out of him is Sankhya Yoga. Not Advaita, Sankhya Yoga. I can be sure Krishna was filled. Krishna was filled by Kapila. Krishna is the greatest follower of Sankhya Yoga, Mahanirvani Pita. Because, please understand, when you are in crisis, the first few words you utter is the words with which you are solving your problems. When somebody asks you for advice, what will come up first? The words with which you are enriching you only will come out to enrich others. So, Krishna himself is not Bhakti Yogi. Bhakti Yoga comes only from his archives. From his table, only Sankhya Yoga comes. The books you have in your archives, you may be master of that. But the book you have in your table has mastered you. Understand? Books you have in the archives, you may be master of that. But the books you have on the table have mastered you. That is why they are occupying your table. They are master for you. The moment Krishna opens the mouth, and I can be sure Krishna was in more shock than Arjuna, because Krishna would have never seen this dimension of Arjuna shivering shaking. Krishna would have never seen that. When Krishna was slapped with a shock by Arjuna, that's the right description I'll give. Krishna wakes up and the first thing comes out of him is Sankhya. Sankhya. In Sankhya, you are recognized as a soul. The idea taught about you to you is you can't be cut by weapons, you can't be cut by any other way, you can't be burnt by fire, you can't be made wet by water, you can't be blown away by air. Nothing can do nothing to you. Nothing can be done to you by anything. Understand? An amazing introduction you are given about you. The moment Bhagavan opens the mouth, Nainam chintanti shastrani, Nainam dagati pavakaha, Nachaiman kletayantyabo, Nasoshayati marutaha. You can't be touched by anything. Bhagavan starts with Sankhya. Then he goes on explaining sannyasa, bhakti yoga, karma yoga, jnana yoga, raja vidya, rajaguhya yoga, kshetrajna vibhaga yoga. He goes on. Different yogas. Jnana vijnana yoga, shraddhatraya vibhaga yoga, moksha upatesha yoga. This all later comes. But the moment he opens his mouth, what comes out? Sankhya. Krishna is one of the greatest followers of Kapila. That is why, even when he describes his glory, see, for example, if you brag about yourself, you will brag yourself only about as the star of your times. See, naturally, the star of your times only you will remember and you will brag, see, I am like that. I am much more than that. So even when Bhagavan introduces himself, of course, he is not bragging about himself. When he is introducing about himself, he says, Siddhanam Kapilo Munihi. Among the great beings, complete beings, Siddha means complete. Among the complete beings, I am the Kapila. Means in Krishna's time, Kapila was the star of the spiritual world. That is why he remembers Kapila. अंडरस्टैंड, ध्यान से सुनिए। अद्वैत सिद्धांत एक ही प्रणाली का प्रोत्साहन नहीं करती है। अद्वैता का अर्थ है वो जो द्वैता की स्थिति में नहीं है, ना कि वो जो एकत्व में स्थापित है। जब आप किसी सिद्धांत को चुनना चाहते हैं, पहले यह देखिए कि वो सिद्धांत आपको स्वयं के बारे में क्या परिचय देता है। जो सिद्धांत निर्देश देते हैं ओह प्रेरणा पर आधारित नहीं होंगे बल्कि हिंसा पर आधारित होंगे। ध्यान से सुनिए, आने वाले विश्व धर्म सम्मेलन धर्मों की बीच संधि के लिए नहीं बल्कि हिंदू धर्म को मान्यता देने के लिए होंगे। तत्व ज्ञान का कोई अंत नहीं है। अंत में आपका दिमाग थक जाता है और इसीलिए उस तत्व ज्ञान को आप मान लेते हैं कोई सिद्धांत का मापदंड उसका अंत नहीं बल्कि उसका आरंभ है। वो सिद्धांत आपको स्वयं का क्या परिचय देता है। इसीलिए मैं कहता हूं कि तत्वज्ञानियों पर विश्वास ना कीजिए। सांख्य योग को देखिए, आपको स्वयं का क्या परिचय देता है कि आप एक अमर आत्मा है, आपको कोई कुछ नहीं कर सकता है। Understand, you are the only thing available immediately to you. God is not immediately available to you. Universe is not immediately available to you. You are the most immediately available to you. What idea is given to you about you by any philosophy will reveal the purpose of its existence. Did it come out of completion, and is it staying in completion? Is it leading people in completion? Is it leading people to completion? The introduction you are given about you is very important. Some philosophies teach you you are the sinner. Some philosophies teach you are the slave, you are supposed to be the follower. Even in Hindu religion, some philosophies started getting evolved by the influence of different religions and philosophies. Very late, maybe in last few thousand years, they also started developing the concept of I am your slave, oh Lord. No. I am very clear, they are not part of Hinduism. They are not original thought trend of rishis, our founding fathers. Our founding fathers, the rishis, original thought trend is out of completion. Bhagavan beautifully, Krishna beautifully says, Ashwatthah sarvavrikshanam devarshinam chanarada gandharvanam chitrarada rataha siddhanam kapilo munihi. Of all the trees, I am the sacred banyan tree. Of divine sages, I am Narada. Of Gandharvas, I am Chitrarata. Of perfect, complete beings, I am Kapila. Understand how a philosophy introduces you to you should be the scale to follow some philosophy or not. O humanity, I commit with you. I will sincerely dedicate my time and work. Make all religious leaders, philosophers, theologians, I won't give up on them. I'll make them understand the right scale with which we should measure and decide what should be the future philosophy, which philosophy should be for the future of the humanity, which philosophy should be practiced for a better future of the humanity, which is the best philosophy which will make the future of the humanity best. Hindu religious leaders should spend their energy and time making this scale. The Hindu religious leaders should know they should put their energy and intelligence, time to make the world recognize Hinduism, make the world recognize, make the world understand. And I tell you, the Western world is open. All university-based countries will recognize what I am saying. The countries based on theology may not recognize, but the countries based on universities will recognize what I am saying. If a country is guided by theology schools or the country is guided by university, find out. All the countries guided by universities will accept what I am saying. The greatness of Hinduism is the first thinking man, Kapila, experienced completion. So it's a religion based on completion, not any revolution. It's a completion-based religion, not complication. It is not revolution-based religion. It is evolution-based religion. The world need to know. We need to develop a scale. Just like Western countries developed a scale for money. They developed a scale, dollar, euro, and they developed a scaling mechanisms, certifying mechanisms for diamond, country, for everything. I tell you, developing a scale for the strength of religion, scaling, measuring the religions and philosophies is the work of Hindu saints. It is our work. We will develop a scale, the standard measurement for what should be the philosophy, what should be the scale to measure, which philosophy should be followed, which theology should be lived, which principle should be lifestyle. They set a standard in many things. But the field of the inner world, we have worked a lot, we have dedicated our whole life. I tell you, the field of the philosophy, we should set a standard. We should set a standard. We should set a scale through which philosophy should be measured. whether it is useful for society or not. आपको स्वयं का क्या परिचय दिया जाता है, ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। हमारे ऋषियों ने ध्याय धर्म पूर्णत्व पर आधारित है, हिंदू धर्म और वैदिक धर्म पूर्णत्व पर आधारित है, ना कि क्रांति पर आधारित है। धर्मों का मापदंड बनाना हिंदू संतों का कार्य है। And I tell you, I commit with humanity, oh humanity, I'll dedicate my life and I'll be successful. I'll make it. I'll make it. I'll make it. I'll make it. The essence of today's satsang. Have more understanding. Don't ask for single instruction. Live completion. Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, share and explode in eternal bliss. Nithyananda.
Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08027279999 www.nithyananda.org.
So now we'll move to the next year, the year of 2013. And on this day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism expanded on the Advaita, the non-dual space lived in being and doing. He told us that a glimpse of the Advaita is easy because it is being in the space of Advaita. We need to live Advaita in all our doing, in all our job, career, relationships, and every aspect of our life. Self-doubt, self-hatred, and self-denial eats away our experience of Advaita and must not be allowed in our system. So with this, let us listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
नित्यानन्देश्वर समारम्भां नित्यानन्देश्वरि मध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, samajis, satsangis, Srimahans, Mahans, Kotaris, Tanedars, sitting with us all over the world through Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV, two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha. Cities sitting with us in two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha, Singapore, Singapuram, Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, Parani, Indrani, New Jersey, San Jose, Madurai, St. Louis, Festus, Oklahoma, Somanatham, Nithyananda Nagar, Bidadi, Houston, Kalahasti, Seattle, Chidambaram, Anaheim, California, Toronto, Kailasam, Vancouver, Bhubaneswar, Ohio, Prayag, Madurai, Dhyanapeetham, Phoenix, Kanchipuram, Mumbai, Dharavi, New York, Varanasi, Guadalupe, Rameshwaram, Seramban, Shivakasi, Hebal, Bangalore, Erode, Adi Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Hyderabad, Guptakashi, Colombo, Sri Lanka, Jorpati, Nepal, New York, Varanasi, Hong Kong, Sirgari, Abu Dhabi, High Pine, North Carolina, Sherman Oaks, California, Port Washington, New York, Dhyanapitham, Huzur. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Today I wanted to expand on the oneness, Advaita, the non-dual space, being and doing in both, establishing yourself in that non-dual space of Advaita. Listen, please listen. The non-dual space, the Advaita, need to be lived in being and doing. It's one of the most unfortunate things. Some of the traditions, the spiritual traditions, have given so much of importance to being in Advaita, they forgot as long as human body is alive, there will be doing also when the process, methodology, technique for doing without disturbing being in Advaita is not established. People lose Advaitic space. Understand? Today morning, when she was describing, one of our IA participants, she described that the non-dual space, oneness happened, staying for weeks and weeks and weeks. Not for any brand promotion or pride. I am telling you, only an inner awakening participant can enjoy that space and experience that space. Because she was telling that I went to all types of techniques, methods, gurus, places, meditated. It never happened. Even if it happens, it will only give you the glimpse of being in Advaita. When your whole body is arrested, mind is arrested, you can have a glimpse of that light. That's all. But not just being in Advaita, being even while you are doing in Advaita only becomes Samadhi. Being even while you are doing in the space of Advaita only becomes Samadhi. That happens only when Master trains you to experience Advaita from in all aspects and in all dimensions of your life. Various dimensions of your life. You are not just the body. Body is one dimension of you. You are not just the mind. Mind is one dimension of you. Whatever you call as life, mostly your lifestyle only you call it as life. The way you eat, the way you dress, the way you house yourself, the way you act and react, your lifestyle. Your lifestyle is one of the dimensions of you. And all the relationships you have, how you relate with people, how people relate with you. Infusing Advaita even in your relationships, in your lifestyle. the way you react and respond to wealth, the way you react and respond to relationships, the way you react and respond to crisis in your life, the way you react and respond to the survival threats, the way you react and respond to life in every dimension, everything, you need to be established in Advaita. You need to be in the space of Advaita. Be in the space of Advaita. Just giving you the glimpse of being in Advaita does not take me more than 10 minutes. Please understand. By 11th minute, I can put anybody. By 11th minute, I can put anybody. I can say within 11 minutes, I can put anybody in the space of Advaita in being. But being, unfortunately, becomes only one part of you. You are clouded, corrupt so much. I don't even want to use the word corrupt. I may want to use the word polluted. Corruption is more like knowingly doing. Pollution is more like imposed on you. Polluted so much with so many things. Just being in Advaita is not going to make you live enlightenment. Being in Advaita even while you are doing, only that is going to make it happen. Only that is going to make it happen. Jivan Mukti is possible only then. And I am so happy. She has walked out of her self-doubts and self-hatred, self-denial so much. She has come out so much. She is able to hold herself up and say, I am living Jivan Mukti. I am proud of her. I am really proud of her. And I wanted you to know she is not lying. She is telling the truth. I was only afraid that slowly that SDHD may eat it away, but she's reached the completion level enough that not to allow SDHD to eat away. It is like how the Rahu and Ketu eat the sun and the moon. You need to know this modern day so-called space researchers and astronomers are saying, see, in the Indian astrology, it is said that Rahu and Ketu eat sun and the moon. And these modern day astronomers go on abusing us, saying, no. There is no Rahu, no Ketu. Eats sun and the moon. It is there as it is. Only the shadow of the earth falls on moon, or the shadow of the moon falls on earth. That is what is eclipse. Please understand, these modern day astronomers, they may know the mass planets. Even that they are not very clear. What's the number, how many and all that. But in our Vedic tradition, we never considered the mass planets as grahas. The influence of those planets only we called as grahas. The energy they radiate, the energy they exert, the energy they radiate into the cosmos, into the universe, that only we called as graha. Please understand, during every eclipse, the Rahu's energy completely nullifies the energy radiated by moon or the sun. The Ketu's energy nullifies completely the energy radiated by the sun or the moon. No energy, no effect, whether good or bad, of the moon reaches the planet Earth during the eclipse. It's an energy phenomena our masters are talking about. Anyhow, just like how Rahu and Ketu eat sun and the moon, your SDHD, self-doubt, hatred, denial, eats away your experience of Advaita. The one and only way you can save yourself from the SDHD, self-doubt, hatred and denial, is living Advaita in your actions, being in Advaita, not just while you are meditating or being, making it as a lifestyle, thinking style, the way you relate with others and yourself in your very doing. Understand? In your very doing. In every doing, the oneness, non-dual consciousness, the non-dual space, the Advaitic space of you is not something supposed to be experienced in your meditation alone. That is why some of the Vedantis who don't understand Vedanta, they go on saying, Individual Jiva you experience is nothing but Brahman. So whether being or action, the oneness has to be radiated, lived, experienced. The process yesterday was going on in the inner awakening, the 12th day process. Everyone experientially understood Jagat Mithya, whatever you see as the world is illusion. The moment one incompletion is triggered by somebody, then that's all. You don't see the world anymore. The world does not exist, only my world exists. That is what is meant by the great Mahavakya, Jagat Mithya. What you perceive as my world is Mithya. Because a small incompletion, the moment it gets triggered. A small incompletion, the moment it gets triggered, you stop seeing the world and you are deluded in my world. Brahma Satyam, Jagat Mithya. I don't disagree. Jagat Mithya. But that does not mean in your actions you will not radiate the truth Brahma Satyam. In your actions also, you have to radiate the truth of oneness, non-dual consciousness. Every relationship, the attitudes you build towards every relationship, the attitudes you build towards your money, the attitudes you build towards your health, the attitudes you build towards the people around you, the situations around you, things around you, pets, plants, planets, everything around you should be from that same oneness and completion. Should be from that same non-dual consciousness. Only then you understand the third statement, important statement, Jivo Brahmaiva Naparaha. the individual self you experience is nothing but the cosmic consciousness. Your SDHD will eat away even if I give you the glimpse of Nirvikalpa Samadhi just in your being level. Actually, during the unclutching initiation, all of you already had Nirvikalpa Samadhi. No doubt about it. Unless you have Nirvikalpa Samadhi, I don't leave you out of the room. That is the QC pass, quality control pass. I do. The drilling in your Ananda Gandha has to happen with that pure consciousness. Naturally, it becomes Nirvikalpa Samadhi. But the real effects of Advaita happens in you only when that oneness starts radiating. Only when you radiate that oneness in your doing. While you are seeing your finance, your accounts, sitting with your auditor, do you feel that oneness without falling into the powerlessness? While you are sitting with a spouse and having a dinner or lunch, do you feel that oneness without falling into the powerlessness? When you are sitting with your team and discussing your corporate strategy, your office strategy, your consciousness, does your consciousness be established in that oneness and non-duality without falling into the powerlessness? Look in. Just your back pain disappearing is not the result of Advaita. All the pain which you have hidden in your back should disappear. Not just back pain disappearing. All the pains which you have put it in back has to disappear. Suddha-advaita sugabodha jnanam. The pure Advaitas, joyful influence and the wisdom which comes out of the completion. The joyful influence of Advaita is what I call perpetual completion. The joyful influence of Advaita is what I call Sagaja Samadhi. The blissful influence of Advaita in your every step of life, which can't be eaten away by SDHD, is what I call Nithyananda. So, biggest enemy for living Advaita, biggest enemy for Advaita in your doing, in your actions, is your SDHD. Self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. Your SDHD is the biggest enemy, biggest Ragu and Ketu who swallows sun and the moon. Sun is Advaita in being, moon is Advaita in action. Rahu is your SDHD, Ketu is self-blackmailing pattern. Rahu is SDHD, Ketu is SB. Self-blackmailing pattern. Please understand, when these two eats your being in Advaita and living in Advaita, you forget that you are Jivan Mukta. You live Advaita. And I really felt bad when I listened to Madhuri's sharing. I'm so happy. Finally, she found her living enlightenment, which is not getting lost, which is continuously living. But I feel so bad. In Indian tradition, Vedic tradition, somebody has to struggle for 17 years to achieve this experience. Have we become so enlightenment poor? No poverty takes away our pride. We Sanatana Hindu Dharmis are pride about our poverty. Understand, go to any village, the amount of pride people carry about their poverty. We are proud of our poverty, but not of this poverty where 17 years somebody has to search for living Advaita. I tell you, the Rahu and Ketu for the Vedic tradition is all the lifestyle patterns which strengthened our SDHD. The Macaulay's education, which took away our clarity about Advaita. The colonial mental setup, is our SDHD. Self-doubt, hatred, denial. It is this colonial mental setup took away our Advaita from us, I tell you. First of all, we never had poverty till we have been swindled by all these invaders. Till 17th century, we were the richest country in the world. We never had poverty. The poverty was imposed on us to break our confidence. The artificial famines created by the British Empire, how they broke our backbone by creating artificial poverty. The Bengal famine was planned by British. Around 17 famines we had to go through, which was never part of our Vedic tradition. Only in the colonial periods, under the invaders, we went through 17 major famines where millions were killed. It is just to break our confidence on our Vedic tradition, on our lifestyle, on our thinking pattern. I tell you, that is the way they inserted SDHD, self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial into us. They swindled the country. Ships and ships of gold from this country has been shipped out. And then they start the missionaries and charity, giving few pennies back to us in the name of missionary and charity, to take away our confidence.
Nityanam everyone. So with this, we come to the end of today's segment of Bhava Samadhi Darshan. We'll now be moving to the Alive Darshan of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So we request all the participants, all the viewers who are watching us live through YouTube, please sit straight and let us get ready to receive the darshan of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. I request all of you to sit straight and close your eyes. Let's get into meditative space to receive the darshan of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Paramashiva's message directly from KAILASA. Listen. Among the 7 dimensions of the time, space before the past, past merging into the present, present evolving as future, future merging into the space beyond future. So totally in the 7, the space before the past and the space after the future is established in Nityatva, eternity, past, present, see, listen, past becoming present, present evolving as future, future. This 5 is Nirantaratva. In this Nirantaratva 5, only the present moment touches Nityatva. So, if you want to enter into Nityatva, voluntarily, if you want to break this Kala Chakra consciously, the door is open only in the present. The cumulative effect of all the practices you did and the initiations you received enters into the present. And makes you experience Nityatva. Listen. I wanted all of you to remember the cognitions I gave about Nityatva and Nirantaratva. Nityatva is 7, Nirantaratva is 5. Nityatva is all the 7 put together. Nirantaratva is this 5. In this 5, only in the present moment you touch eternity. Before the past, if you enter into that space, you can touch eternity. Through completing with all your past, you can reach that. Sometimes it may take even few janmas to reach that. And through the future, You can reach the space beyond the future by constantly being Nirvikalpa Samadhi, burning all your desires and patterns which want to repeat itself. You can reach. Again, that also sometimes may take few janmas. But entering into that Nityatva can happen in the present moment just through initiation. Remember the definition and the revelation about Nityatva. Remember the truth about Nirantaratva. Remember the next statement I made. You can reach into Nityatva by going before the past. You may need to complete the past. By completion, you may enter into the space before the past. You can enter that way. That is also one path. There is another one path where you can enter into the Nityatva by exhausting all your future. By being in Nirvikalpa Samadhi, you burn all desires, all seeds, all bijas which can manifest your future, all karmas burnt. And then you enter the beyond future space Nityatva. That is also possible. But both will take few births to achieve. But you can enter into the same Nityatva straight through initiation. See, I request all of you to watch this satsang and pen down at least 2 times. Make this as a homework so you can easily internalize every word I am uttering. At present, in this very moment, through initiation, I can put you into eternity, Nityatva. In this present, 3 things are going on inside you. The identity default you cherish, and the identity you consciously want to manifest, and the struggle between these 2 identities, your doubts, hatred, denial. Listen intensely. At this present moment, 3 things are going on inside you. 1, the identity you default cognize. 2, the identity you consciously want to manifest. 3, the struggle between these 2, your self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial, all these 3. I can cut across all these 3, enter into your consciousness, make your consciousness smell the beauty of Paramashiva, Nityatva. So you just wake up. You just get the taste. I tell you, smelling Paramashiva, waking up to Paramashiva, waking up to this highest. In this moment present, it can be done through the initiation. So understand, that is why always the ultimate manifests through initiation. Small things you can achieve on your own through tapas. But the ultimate is done only through initiation. It is only the transmission of lamp from fire. The fire is lit. From a lamp, living lamp, another lamp is lit. So, now, I'll manifest the initiation. Parashodasi. Yesterday itself I described about Parashodasi. It's a visualization. Yesterday I was telling very clearly, just keep the Atmalinga in your hand. It will stand up by itself because, listen, Parashodasi is the Paramashiva's own Shakti. When that visualization, initiation is done, Atmalinga will automatically just stand up. I saw in the social media flooded with the Sakshi Pramana of people just having an Atmalinga just standing on the hand. Few people I saw even it is levitating, means it is not even touching the hand, it is just in the sky, in the space. Listen, next initiation will be Tripura Sundari. Before the Tripura Sundari initiation, I wanted to prepare all of you with these three: Parabrahma Swarupini Mahasaraswati, Parandama Swarupini Mahalakshmi, Paramashiva Swarupini Paramashakti. All these three put together is Mahatribura Sundari, Rajarajeshwari, Parapattariga, Mahakameshwari, Paramashiva Shakti. So before the Tripura Sundari initiation, I wanted to prepare you all with this Parashodasi once more. That is why I am repeating the initiation which I gave yesterday. Yesterday itself I saw so many of you experiencing the Atmalinga standing on your palms. Today I wanted to make it 100%. Whoever has Atmalinga, keep it in your palms and sit. See, that is the way we make sure that the initiation I am doing is entering into your inner space. Because I am using this Mahameru to reach out to you. And through your Atmalinga, your inner space will receive And that inner space will enter into the present Nityatva. See, only through the present moment you can enter into Nityatva, eternity. You enter into the eternity, Nityatva, from where that Paramashivatva fully manifests. So it's a powerful process. Whoever Atmalinga is standing straight, be very clear, initiation is directly happening to you. And if it did not stand yesterday, today I'll make sure it stands. You don't need to do anything, because through your hard work you can only make a few millions. Only if I gift it, it will come as trillions and zillions. Paramashivatva is like a zillion. So never you can make by your own hard work. Your hard work can be like you are prepared to receive, that's all. It has to be given. So you don't need to do anything now. Just sit comfortably with the Atmalinga. The Alma Perez put a question that if I buy a Mahameru, will you energize it? Listen. Sri Chakra's 3 prastaras, Bhu Prastara, Meru Prastara, and Ardha Meru. Among these 3, the most powerful is all these 3 put together is the Atmalinga. Please understand, Atmalinga is already carved with the Sri Chakra. All your Atmalingas are carved with the Sri Chakra. So it is Bhu Prastara, Meru Prastara, Ardha Meru, all 3 put together is Linga Prastara. That's the way I've given you Atmalinga. So you don't need a separate Sri Chakra Mahameru. The eternally blissed Alma Perez. I'm answering your question. She's asking, if I buy a Mahameru, will you please bless and energize? You don't need separately. Atmalinga is the ultimate Mahameru. Keep that in your palm and sit now. That will stand. Means you are getting initiated. Especially if it is levitating without even touching your palm. Be very clear. Already the Shodasya started manifesting in you fully. All of you should know the Atmalinga given to you as a Sri Chakra carved on it. It's a Meru Prastara on Linga. In Sadashiva Sampradaya, this Sri Chakra Linga, Linga with Meru, is used to connect with Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti. So if you are having Atmalinga, that is enough. I can already see so many people experiencing. Sona Kamat's Atmalinga is standing. Sona, you will see that now the Linga will start levitating. It will not even be touching your hand. It will just raise. You can call your medical fraternity, your colleagues, doctors, and show. See, medically, can you define this? Because medically, they cannot explain something flying which is, as per them, a non-living entity. But only we know Atmalinga is living energy. Atmalinga is living energy. Atmalinga has all the 3. Paramashiva, Paramashiva Shakti and Guru. All the three in one form. The whole cosmos in one form. It's literally the God particle. So now you call all your medical fraternity and doctors and show them. They will be terrified and say, what is going on here? They will think you are a magician. Yes, I can see Ma Yogamalar. Calgary Yogamalar Atmalinga is standing. Yes, great. So now I'll start the initiation. Listen. During the initiation, I'll give a small break and then again start. The break is not for you, for me, because the overflowing energy pushes me into that highest nirvikalpa samadhi, where it goes beyond the frequency which you can all handle. So at that time, I just settle and make sure that it is in the frequency where you can all receive it. So just for that, I give a small break and then start again. I'll give you a few minutes for you guys to pick up a cup of coffee, hot chocolate, tea, sit very comfortably. You can even stretch your leg on the couch. Be very comfortable. Stiram Sukham Asanam. See, for me, this Batmasana is the most comfortable. So I sit in the Batmasana. If you are comfortable with Batmasana, sit in Batmasana. Otherwise, don't worry. Sit in posture where you are comfortable. And keep the Atmalinga. You can even rest your hand. No problem. You don't need to be keeping your hand up. You can rest your hand and keep the Atmalinga comfortably. So, I can initiate now. You can rest your hand, have a cup of tea or coffee or hot chocolate, and just don't sleep. Avoid sleeping, be fresh. That's all I need. I don't need anything else from you. And declare your integrity. Internally, if you declare your integrity and just tell consciously, I am ready to receive Paramashiva. Swamiji, please initiate me. Let Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti manifest in me. That's all. Ami Lee is asking, does the initiation still work? If not, attending live, watching it afterwards. If you sit with that extreme sincerity without getting diverted and watch it fully, attend intensely, then it works. It all depends on how sincerely you sit. That's all. So now, I'll start.
யோகங்களும் கூடும் அம்மா. ஆயிரம் ஆயினும் பெற்றவள் நீ, குரு பொறுப்பது உன் கடன் எமை ஏற்றிடம்மா. ஆனந்த கந்தமமர் நித்யானந்த தாயினி தயை புரிந்தாட்கொள்ளம்மா. நித்யானந்தாம்பிகையே சரணம், ஜெய ஜெய சரணம் சரணம் அம்மா. ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த வர்ஷிணி உன் சரணம் 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 அம்மா. ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த தர்ஷினியே உன் சரணம் 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 அம்மா. ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பாலினியே உன் சரணம் 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 அம்மா. ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்தாயினியே
जय पराशक्ति है भवानी, जय 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 जगदम्बे रानी. जय 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 पराशक्ति है भवानी, जय 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 जगदम्बे रानी.
ఓం 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 ఓం. మహాగణపతి గణపతి మహా బ్రహ్మపరబ్రహ్మ విష్ణువరందామ రుద్రపరమరుద్ర ఈశాన పరమేశాన సదాశివ జ్ఞానస్కంద మహాకామేశ్వరీ సమేత మహాకామేశ్వర పరమశివ సమేత పరమశివ శక్తి. ఓం 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 ఓం. ద్వాదశాంత పరమశివ, ద్వాదశాంత పరమశివ, ద్వాదశాంత పరమశివ. ఓం 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 ఓం. ఓం ఓం
शिवशक्त्या युक्तो यदि भवति शक्तः प्रभवितुं न चेदेवं देवो न खलु कुशलः स्पन्दितुमपि. अतस्त्वामाराध्या हरिहरविरिञ्चादिभिरपि प्रणन्तुं स्तोतुं वा कथमकृतपुण्यप्रभवति. तनीयां सम्पांसुं तव चरणपङ्केरुहभवम् विरिञ्चे सञ्चिन्वन् विरचयति लोकानविकलम्. वहत्येनं शौरी वहत्येनं शौरी कथमपि सहस्रेण शिरसां हरसं शुद्ध्यैनं भजति भासितो धूलनविधिं. चैतन्यस्तव गमकरन्दश्रुतिजरी दरिद्राणां चिन्तामणि गुणनिका जन्मजलधौ. निमग्नानां दंष्ट्रामुररिपुवराहस्य भवति. वदन्यपाणिभ्यामभयवरदो दैवतगण त्वमेका नैवासि प्रकटितवराभीत्यभिनया. भयात्रातुं दातुं फलमपि च वाञ्छासमधिकम्. शरण्ये लोकानां तव हि शरणावेव निपुणौ. हरिस्त्वामाराध्य प्रणतजन सौभाग्यजननीं पुरानारी भूत्वा पुररिपुमपि क्षोभमनयत्. सरोऽपि त्वां नत्वा प्रतिनयनलेहेन वपुषा मुनीनामभ्यन्त प्रभवति हि मोहाय महताम्.
You don't need to do any visualization. You just have darshan of this Mahameru. That's enough. You can just focus on this Mahameru. Have darshan of this Mahameru. That is enough. You don't need to do any visualization, and through your visualization, this initiation won't happen. This initiation is too strong. I'm making with the grace of Paramashiva and Ganapati and all the gods of Kailasa, I'm making the Paramashiva's very own being manifest in you with the Shakti, Paramashakti, Paramashiva Shakti. So just have darshan of this Meru, that's enough. Keeping Atmalinga in your hand is making sure that initiation happens in you. Many of you are asking to initiate your babies. Your babies I can surely initiate even if you ask, because they don't say no. Only if your kid is an adult, I need the kid's permission also. That kid should not say no, that's all. I'll initiate. Now sit with Atmalinga. Om. 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 Don't close your eyes, because if you close your eyes, you may doze off, you may fall asleep. Just keep your eyes open, fresh. Om. 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 Om.
उद्यद्भानु सहस्रकोटि सदृशां केयूरकारोज्ज्वलां बिन्दोष्टिं विदन्तपङ्क्तिरुचिरां पीताम्बरालङ्कृतां
Kalyana Sundaram. I liberate your great grandmother, Sudalai Vadivu. Don't worry. If she was holding Atmalinga, that's enough. I'll liberate her. Om. 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 Om.
सेवितपदं तत्त्वस्वरूपां शिवां नित्येश्वरीं प्रणतोऽस्मि सन्ततमहं कारुण्यवारां निधिं नित्येश्वरीं प्रणतोऽस्मि सन्ततमहं कारुण्यवारां निधिं जगदीश्वरि परमेश्वरि नित्येश्वरि पाहि मां भुवनेश्वरि करुणेश्वरि नित्येश्वरि तत्त्वमां जगदीश्वरि परमेश्वरि नित्येश्वरि पाहि मां भुवनेश्वरि करुणेश्वरि नित्येश्वरि तत्त्वमां मुक्ताहारलसत्किरीटरुचिरां पूर्णेन्दुवक्त्रप्रभां सिञ्चन्नूपुरकिङ्किणीं मणिधरां पद्मप्रभाभासुरां मुक्ताहारलसत्किरीटरुचिरां पूर्णेन्दुवक्त्रप्रभां भुवनेश्वरि करुणेश्वरि देवेश्वरि प्रथमा जगदीश्वरि परमेश्वरि नित्येश्वरि पाहि मां भुवनेश्वरि करुणेश्वरि नित्येश्वरि प्रथमा जगदीश्वरि परमेश्वरि नित्येश्वरि पाहि मां भुवनेश्वरि करुणेश्वरि नित्येश्वरि प्रथमा श्रीविद्यां शिववामभागनिलयां ह्रीङ्कारमन्त्रोज्ज्वलां श्रीचक्राङ्कितबिन्दुमध्यवसति श्रीमत्सभानायकीं श्रीविद्यां शिववामभागनिलयां ह्रीङ्कारमन्त्रोज्ज्वलां श्रीचक्राङ्कितबिन्दुमध्यवसति श्रीमत्सभानायकीं श्रीमत्षण्मुखविघ्नराजजननी श्रीमज्जगन्मोहिनी नित्येश्वरीं प्रणतोऽस्मि सन्ततमहं कारुण्यवारानिधिं नित्येश्वरीं प्रणतोऽस्मि सन्ततमहं कारुण्यवारानिधिं जगदीश्वरि परमेश्वरि नित्येश्वरि पाहि मां भुवनेश्वरि करुणेश्वरि नित्येश्वरि प्रथमा जगदीश्वरि परमेश्वरि नित्येश्वरि पाहि मां भुवनेश्वरि करुणेश्वरि देवेश्वरि प्रथमा जगदीश्वरि परमेश्वरि नित्येश्वरि पाहि मां भुवनेश्वरि करुणेश्वरि नित्येश्वरि प्रथमा जगदीश्वरि परमेश्वरि नित्येश्वरि पाहि मां भुवनेश्वरि करुणेश्वरि देवेश्वरि प्रथमा श्रीमत्सुन्दरनायिकां भयकरां ज्ञानप्रदां निर्मलां श्यामां भां कमलासनार्चितपदां नारायणस्यानुजां श्रीमत्सुन्दरनायिकां भयकरां ज्ञानप्रदां निर्मलां श्यामां भां कमलासनार्चितपदां नारायणस्यानुजां वीणा वेणुमृदङ्गवाद्यरसिकां नानाविधाडम्बिकां नित्येश्वरीं प्रणतोऽस्मि सन्ततमहं कारुण्यवारामितिं नित्येश्वरीं प्रणतोऽस्मि सन्ततमहं कारुण्यवारामितिं जगदीश्वरि परमेश्वरि नित्येश्वरि पाहि मां भुवनेश्वरि करुणेश्वरि नित्येश्वरि प्रथमा जगदीश्वरि परमेश्वरि नित्येश्वरि पाहि मां भुवनेश्वरि करुणेश्वरि देवेश्वरि प्रथमा जगदीश्वरि परमेश्वरि नित्येश्वरि पाहि मां भुवनेश्वरि करुणेश्वरि नित्येश्वरि प्रथमा जगदीश्वरि परमेश्वरि नित्येश्वरि पाहि मां भुवनेश्वरि करुणेश्वरि नित्येश्वरि क्षमा नानायोगि मुनीन्द्र हृन्निवसतिं नानार्थसिद्धिप्रदां नानापुष्पविराजिताङ्गियुगलां नारायणेनार्चितां नानायोगि मुनीन्द्र हृन्निवसतिं नानार्थसिद्धिप्रदां नानापुष्पविराजिताङ्गियुगलां नारायणेनार्चितां नाद ब्रह्ममयीं परात्परतरां नानार्थतत्त्वात्मिकां नित्येश्वरीं प्रणतोऽस्मि सन्ततमहं कारुण्यवारां नित्येश्वरीं प्रणतोऽस्मि सन्ततमहं कारुण्यवारामितिं जगदीश्वरि परमेश्वरि नित्येश्वरि पाहि मां भुवनेश्वरि करुणेश्वरि नित्येश्वरि क्षमा जगदीश्वरि परमेश्वरि नित्येश्वरि पाहि मां भुवनेश्वरि करुणेश्वरि नित्येश्वरि क्षमा जगदीश्वरि परमेश्वरि नित्येश्वरि पाहि मां भुवनेश्वरि करुणेश्वरि नित्येश्वरि क्षमा जगदीश्वरि परमेश्वरि नित्येश्वरि पाहि मां भुवनेश्वरि करुणेश्वरि नित्येश्वरि क्षमा जगदीश्वरि परमेश्वरि नित्येश्वरि पाहि मां भुवनेश्वरि करुणेश्वरि नित्येश्वरि क्षमा जगदीश्वरि परमेश्वरि नित्येश्वरि पाहि मां भुवनेश्वरि करुणेश्वरि नित्येश्वरि क्षमा
Om. Om. Om.
वेदरूपिणी हिमगिरिवासिनी मनोन्मणि पापनाशिनी त्रिभुवनपोषिणी विशेषिणी ज्ञानदायिनी नित्यानन्देश्वरि जगदीश्वरि शरणं श्री नित्य नित्येश्वरि करुणसागरी कमलपुष्पनेत्रसुन्दरि कन्याकुमारी कामनाशिनी सुभाषिनी विश्वरूपिणी नित्यानन्देश्वरि शरणं सर्वेश्वरि नित्य नित्येश्वरि शरणं सर्वेश्वरि नित्य नित्येश्वरि नित्येश्वरि शरणं नित्यानन्द जगदीश्वरि नित्येश्वरि शरणं नित्यानन्द जगदीश्वरि नित्येश्वरि शरणं नित्यानन्द जगदीश्वरि नित्येश्वरि शरणं नित्यानन्द जगदीश्वरि
Om. 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 Om.
स्वप्रकाशिनी जगच्चिन्त्यमानरूपिणी धर्मस्थापिनी मन्दहासिनी नित्यानन्देश्वरि परमेश्वरि शरणं श्री नित्य नित्येश्वरि महायोगिनी भक्तसङ्कटापहारिणि सभानायकी श्रीचक्रमध्यवासिनि दुःखहारिणी नित्यानन्देश्वरि शरणं सर्वेश्वरि नित्य नित्येश्वरि शरणं सर्वेश्वरि नित्य नित्येश्वरि नित्येश्वरि शरणं नित्यानन्द जगदीश्वरि नित्येश्वरि शरणं नित्यानन्द जगदीश्वरि नित्येश्वरि शरणं नित्यानन्द जगदीश्वरि नित्येश्वरि शरणं नित्यानन्द जगदीश्वरि
Om. Om.
महाभयकरी ह्रीङ्कारबीज अक्षरी सदाशिवकरी सत्कृपाकटाक्षसागरी निराभयकरी नित्या नित्यानन्देश्वरि भुवनेश्वरि शरणं श्री नित्य नित्येश्वरि महाराजिनी नित्य सिंहासनेश्वरि मधुरभाषिणी भुक्ति मुक्ति शक्तिदायिनी मङ्गलेश्वरि नित्यानन्देश्वरि शरणं सर्वेश्वरि नित्य नित्येश्वरि शरणं सर्वेश्वरि नित्य नित्येश्वरि नित्येश्वरि शरणं नित्यानन्द जगदीश्वरि नित्येश्वरि शरणं नित्यानन्द जगदीश्वरि नित्येश्वरि शरणं नित्यानन्द जगदीश्वरि नित्येश्वरि शरणं नित्यानन्द जगदीश्वरि चक्रराजिनी नित्यमूलमन्त्रात्मिनि मूलाधारिणी सुधासाराभिवर्षिणि सहस्रकारिणी नित्यानन्देश्वरि करुणेश्वरि शरणं श्री नित्य नित्येश्वरि भक्तप्रेमिणी नित्यभावनागम्येश्वरि शक्तिरूपिणी शर्वाणि शर्वदायिनि निराकारिणी नित्यानन्देश्वरि शरणं सर्वेश्वरि नित्य नित्येश्वरि शरणं सर्वेश्वरि नित्य नित्येश्वरि नित्येश्वरि शरणं नित्यानन्द जगदीश्वरि नित्येश्वरि शरणं नित्यानन्द जगदीश्वरि नित्येश्वरि शरणं नित्यानन्द जगदीश्वरि नित्येश्वरि शरणं नित्यानन्द जगदीश्वरि निर्विकारिणी नित्यमुक्तनिष्प्रपञ्चिनि निष्कळङ्किनी निर्मोहमोहनाशिनि निर्विकल्पिनी नित्यानन्देश्वरि हृदयेश्वरि शरणं श्री नित्य नित्येश्वरि त्रिपुरसुन्दरी महामन्त्रतन्त्ररूपिणि सुगुणभूषणी सुप्रभावचारुहासिनि परमानन्दिनी नित्यानन्देश्वरि शरणं सर्वेश्वरि नित्य नित्येश्वरि शरणं सर्वेश्वरि नित्य नित्येश्वरि नित्येश्वरि शरणं नित्यानन्द जगदीश्वरि नित्येश्वरि शरणं नित्यानन्द जगदीश्वरि नित्येश्वरि शरणं नित्यानन्द जगदीश्वरि नित्येश्वरि शरणं नित्यानन्द जगदीश्वरि चारुरूपिणी श्री भैरवि भगमालिनि क्षेमदायिनी नित्य भगवति पद्मासनि भुवनेश्वरी नित्यानन्देश्वरि विश्वेश्वरि शरणं श्री नित्य नित्येश्वरि नादरूपिणी राकेन्दुवदनरञ्जनि साधुलक्षिणी नित्यानन्दपुरि निवासिनि कामकेशिनी नित्यानन्देश्वरि शरणं सर्वेश्वरि नित्य नित्येश्वरि शरणं सर्वेश्वरि नित्य नित्येश्वरि शरणं नित्यानन्द जगदीश्वरि नित्येश्वरि शरणं नित्यानन्द जगदीश्वरि नित्येश्वरि शरणं नित्यानन्द जगदीश्वरि नित्येश्वरि शरणं नित्यानन्द विश्वसाक्षिणी नित्यवेदवेद्यरूपिणि तत्त्वासिनी पञ्चकोशान्तरस्थापिनि नित्ययौवनी नित्यानन्देश्वरि दुर्गेश्वरि शरणं श्री नित्य नित्येश्वरि सूरनायकी नित्यसुमुखि सूक्ष्मरूपिणि विघ्ननाशिनी देवि सर्वव्याधिप्रशमनि मित्ररूपिणी नित्यानन्देश्वरि शरणं सर्वेश्वरि नित्य नित्येश्वरि शरणं सर्वेश्वरि नित्य नित्येश्वरि नित्येश्वरि शरणं ज्ञानगर्भिणी नित्यवाणी वागधीश्वरी सत्स्वरूपिणी ज्ञान ध्यान दानकारिणी राज्यदायिनी नित्यानन्देश्वरी सोमेश्वरी शरणं श्री नित्य नित्येश्वरी आनन्देश्वरी नित्य सर्वलोकव्यापिनी नित्यप्रेमिणी नित्य आनन्ददायिनी ज्ञानरूपिणी नित्य आनन्देश्वरी चरणं सर्वेश्वरी नित्य नित्येश्वरी चरणं सर्वेश्वरी नित्य नित्येश्वरी नित्येश्वरी शरणं नित्यानन्द जगदीश्वरी नित्येश्वरी शरणं नित्यानन्द जगदीश्वरी नित्येश्वरी शरणं नित्यानन्द जगदीश्वरी नित्येश्वरी शरणं नित्यानन्द जगदीश्वरी अम्बकदम्बवनस्थिरवासिनि अम्बुजलोचनि अमरनुते अतिमृतभाषिणि अमृतकटाक्षिणि आश्रितरक्षिणि हरसहिते अम्बकदम्बवनस्थिरवासिनि अम्बुजलोचनि अमरनुते अतिमृतभाषिणि अमृतकटाक्षिणि आश्रितरक्षिणि हरसहिते सम्बरवैरि सदार्चितचरण सरोरुगनूपुरश्रुतिविनुते सम्बरवैरि सदार्चितचरण सरोरुगनूपुरश्रुतिविनुते जय जय हे नित्येश्वरि शङ्करि नित्यपुरिनायकि पालय मां जय जय हे नित्येश्वरि शङ्करि नित्यपुरिनायकि पालय मां नित्य नित्येश्वरि नित्य नित्येश्वरि नित्य नित्येश्वरि पालय मां नित्य नित्येश्वरि नित्य नित्येश्वरि नित्य नित्येश्वरि पालय मां सुन्दरवाम शरीरणि सुललित वेशिनि लम्बोदर जननी सुन्दरवाम शरीरणि सुललित वेशिनि लम्बोदर जननी सुरपति पूजित पदकमले कल हंस समान मृदुदमनी सुरपति पूजित पदकमले कल हंस समान मृदुदमनी सन्दन सर्जित कुशमण्डल मणिभूषणि मन्मन पयसमनी सन्दन सर्जित कुशमण्डल मणिभूषणि मन्मन भयसमनी जय जय हे नित्येश्वरि शङ्करि नित्यपुरिनायकि पालय मां जय जय हे नित्येश्वरि शङ्करि नित्यपुरिनायकि पालय मां नित्य नित्येश्वरि नित्य नित्येश्वरि नित्य नित्येश्वरि पालय मां नित्य नित्येश्वरि नित्य नित्येश्वरि नित्य नित्येश्वरि पालय मां
ओम
इक्षुको दण्ड पसाङ्कुश पञ्च कुसुमासर शोभित कर कमले इक्षुकोदण्ड पसाङ्कुश पञ्च कुसुमासर शोभित कर कमले लक्षस्थल अलङ्कृत पीताम्बर कुञ्जुगधारिणि अति विमले लक्षस्थलाशिनि अपार करुणामय लीले अक्षररूपिणि आत्मप्रकाशिनि अपार करुणामय लीले जय जय हे नित्येश्वरि शङ्करि नित्यपुरि नायकि पालय माम् जय जय हे नित्येश्वरि शङ्करि नित्यपुरि नायकि पालय माम् नित्य नित्येश्वरि नित्य नित्येश्वरि नित्य नित्येश्वरि 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 पालय माम् हिन्दु त्रिकोण श्री चक्र निवासिनि ब्रह्म विष्णु पूजित चरणे बिन्दु त्रिकोण श्री चक्र निवासिनि ब्रह्म विष्णु पूजित चरणे बिल्वार्चन प्रिय शिव हृदयेश्वरि बृहन्नायकि भवभयहरणे बिल्वार्चन प्रिय शिव हृदयेश्वरि बृहन्नायकि भवभयहरणे मन्दगमनि मधुसूदन सोदरि मातङ्गी मरगदवर्णे मन्दगमनि मधुसूदन सोदरि मातङ्गी मरगदवर्णे जय जय हे नित्येश्वरि शङ्करि नित्यपुरि नायकि पालय माम् जय जय हे नित्येश्वरि शङ्करि नित्यपुरि नायकि पालय माम् नित्य नित्येश्वरि नित्य नित्येश्वरि नित्य नित्येश्वरि 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 पालय माम् नित्य नित्येश्वरि नित्य नित्येश्वरि पालय केशालङ्कृत किरीट शोभित पासमान लावण्यमुखे केशालङ्कृत किरीट शोभित पासमान लावण्यमुखे केयूरकुण्डल कडक गङ्गणमणि हार सुशोभित कण्डयुगे केयूरकुण्डल कडक गङ्गणमणि हार सुशोभित कण्डयुगे वासमघोषर वैभव सुचरिते वासव पूजित चरणयुगे वासमघोषर वैभव सुचरिते वासव पूजित चरणयुगे जय जय हे नित्येश्वरि शङ्करि नित्यपुरि नायकि पालय माम्
Om.
नित्य नित्येश्वरि नित्य नित्येश्वरि नित्य नित्येश्वरि पालय माम् परिमळ पुष्प विराजित पन्नग वेणिरलङ्कृत चन्द्रधरे परिमळ पुष्प विराजित पन्नग वेणिरलङ्कृत चन्द्रधरे भाग्यप्रदान सीमन्त सिन्दूर अरुणोदय भास्कर रूपधरे भाग्यप्रदान सीमन्त सिन्दूर अरुणोदय भास्कर रूपधरे सरिगमपदनी सप्त स्वर सङ्गीत नन्द विनोदकरे सरिगमपदनी सप्त स्वर सङ्गीत नन्द विनोदकरे जय जय हे नित्येश्वरि शङ्करि नित्यपुरि नायकि पालय माम् जय जय हे नित्येश्वरि शङ्करि नित्यपुरि नायकि पालय माम् नित्य नित्येश्वरि नित्य नित्येश्वरि नित्य नित्येश्वरि पालय माम् नित्य नित्येश्वरि नित्य नित्येश्वरि नित्य नित्येश्वरि पालय माम् नित्य नित्येश्वरि नित्य नित्येश्वरि नित्य नित्येश्वरि पालय माम् नित्य नित्येश्वरि नित्य नित्येश्वरि ईश्वरि पालय माम् नित्य नित्येश्वरि
Om.
नित्येश्वरि नित्य नित्येश्वरि पालय माम् नित्य नित्येश्वरि नित्य नित्येश्वरि नित्य नित्येश्वरि पालय माम् नित्य नित्येश्वरि पालय माम् नित्य नित्येश्वरि पालय माम्
Om. 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 As a living incarnation, Paramavatara of Paramashiva, I bless you all to experience Parashodasi. With this, I bless you all to radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhadvaita Saivam, Paramadvaitam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa, Maha Kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
Nithyanandam, Jnanapatiti Manual, under the guidance of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadusham Tattvamasyaadilakshya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. Science of power manifestation is authentic, time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. The Shastra Pramana, the authentic scriptures, Shrutis, Vedagamas stand as a foundation for Hinduism. Apta Pramana, authentic, time-tested, foolproof compilation of the experience of the sages, rishis, and enlightened masters, which is in terms with the Shastra Pramana. Atma Pramana, with Apta Pramana, a guru is able to experience and live the truth claimed by the Shastras. Shakshi Pramana, manifestation and experience of the Guru's initiation in the disciple of a particular lineage which is demonstrable to the world, and Pratyaksha Pramana, having the truth validated by the scientific study. All the Pramanas are given for us to have the cognitive shift from what we understand as mind to the superconscious space of Paramashiva, the superconscious mutation that happens, and the cognitive shift that happens as our reality. For the power of levitation, the scriptural reference is from Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 82, Dharana 57.
आसने शयने स्थित्वा निराधारं विभावयन् स्वदेहं मनसि क्षीणे क्षणादक्षिणाशयो भवेत् आसने शयने स्थित्वा निराधारं विभावयन् स्वदेहं मनसि क्षीणे क्षणादक्षिणाशयो भवेत्.
Bhagavan Paramashiva beautifully explains, being situated on a comfortable seat or on a bed firmly cognizes that your own body is without any support or base from anywhere. It is resting on nothing. By holding this powerful cognition, when the mind becomes worn away and thoughtlessness arise, then in an instant one becomes weightless and experience the space beyond the mind, the space of Paramashiva. How, Bhagavan says, how the body becomes weightless and how more and more the prana starts manifesting in us. And more we are able to experience the prana, we are able to manifest the power of levitation. As long as thought is there, it is a heaviness in us and mass attracts mass. We get into more incompletion because what we are experiencing is incompletion. And more we become heavy, but more and more the presence is there and more the thoughtlessness happens, more prana is got into our system. It is not that air that we are breathing. Air is what we are breathing when we have thoughts, but prana is what we are breathing when the space of oneness or we are established in the present moment or we are in the space of Paramashiva happens. And more the prana, we are in the higher dimension, higher frequency, and more we are able to experience the higher reality. Again and again, Bhagavan gives us how we can be thoughtless, weightless, and we can experience all this greater truth into our reality. All that it takes us for is only the space of Paramashiva, again and again establish into that completion space, unclutched space. And more we are established in that space, we experience the deeper oneness to manifest what we want as reality, whether it is wealth, health, or anything that we wanted in our life. Simply happens when we are established in the space of Paramashiva. Even if you want to learn something or download something, it simply happens. Here Sundaramurti Nayanamar in Periya Puranam sings on Paramashiva to give gold coins to do Annadan in Thiruvarur. So Paramashiva gives him gold coin, but he says, go and pick it up in the tank in the Thiruvarur temple. And here when he gave where he existed, and he picked up one gold coin and went to Thiruvarur temple, where he saw in the pond there was no gold coin. Again he sings all the praise of Paramashiva so that he cools down and comes down and manifests as reality. When he melts in Paramashiva, simply he saw the coins appearing in the pond, but the quality of the coin was still not fine. Then again he sings on Paramashiva what are the leelas that he is manifesting like this. And then Paramashiva wanted to listen to his songs more, and finally gives him the gold coin that he wanted for Annadan. All that Paramashiva is ready to shower on us into all this greater truth. It is not only Sundaramurti Nayanamar, Bhagavan has initiated all of us to experience all the materialization, levitation, all the greatest things. Moving the gold coin sacks from one part of the temple to another district and another part of the temple was simply possible for Sundaramurti Nayanamar because he was established in Paramashiva and not anything else as his incompletion or impossibilities. The more you are established in the Paramashiva, more you are able to manifest these deeper truths. Bhagavan beautifully explains here with a powerful cognition.
From particular pleasure understandings and ideas, please understand, consciously working and understanding particular engrams and that nervous system loosens your connection with it. When the number of engrams gets reduced on your body, that is the time you experience levitation. When the levitation happens on your system, many number of engrams just gets lost. It is literally shaking your body. When you shake out, all the dust go away. If the shaking is from internal, all the engrams drop. Is a person who uses the nervous system whenever you need, who is able to switch it off whenever you don't need.
So beautiful, Bhagavan explained how we can manifest what we want as reality. Here, we are going to play with the rice, or you can use the Atmalinga to make it stand. And you can also have first the coconut, or you can have some lemon first, which you can move from your hand. First, we can play with the coconut, and once the coconut stands up or moves, and then use the lemon to do the same thing. When you're comfortable, then put the Atmalinga, or you can put a rice also, to see how it is moving in your hand. More and more, when we start being in the space of oneness with Paramashiva, we'll start seeing it vibrate and start moving and even levitate. Bhagavan beautifully says, and Atmalinga simply moves because it is Bhagavan himself, and we connect to the Atmalinga through everyday's puja, so it responds to us in a very beautiful way. So you can keep the Atmalinga flat and let it stand by itself. And more when it stands, you will start understanding that all that exists is Paramashiva. Beautifully, Bhagavan says how Even a small action is manifested by Him in everything that is manifesting in our life, even now. And anything that we think we are doing, or it is happening out of our will, our effort, and anything that we think that is only manifested when we put effort, Bhagavan says, drop everything at Bhagavan's lotus feet. Simply surrendering at Bhagavan's lotus feet, you will manifest all the greater reality which you're stuck in and manifest that beautiful space. Now let's sit straight with the head, naked spine in a straight line. Bring Paramashiva to third eye. Unclutch from everything that you know as you, and be in the bhava, the feeling connection with Paramashiva. Sit as Paramashiva or Parashakti or Parandama with 25 heads, 75 eyes and 50 hands. Clearly define yourself that you are the chosen one to experience all this greater truth, like Bhagavan said. And more you're feeling the oneness space, you will start establishing yourself to experience more and more of bliss and gratitude, and more as a greater science and as a greater reality. Here Bhagavan is making us manifest all these powers as a simple exercise to actually work on your outer world with all that what you're going through simply gets complete and brings all the auspiciousness and abundance. So let's start chanting the Mahavakya, unclutching for a few minutes in deep samadhi. Surrender everything that you know as thought. Get into the thoughtless space. Thoughts are not required for our life. All that we need is the space of Paramashiva, the space of gratitude, love, bliss, peace. All that will start manifesting if you establish that initially, and then it will start becoming more and more the way of existence for you. Let's chant the Mahavakya deeply with a deep listening, experiencing oneness with Paramashiva, manifesting the power of levitation.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vanni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eye. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Slowly, very slowly, open your eyes. Whatever Paramashiva has shown you, whether if it is moving or it's vibrating, it's just you're feeling the Kundalini energy, the heat, or whatever you are experiencing, go ahead and cause others for the manifestation of more powers. The more and more you cause others for them to manifest, you will see simply you will manifest powers. The more we celebrate something, cherish something, and that becomes our reality. And the Charya Pada, Bhagavan has beautifully given us a beautiful way to exist as the ultimate reality. And whatever we want, if it has to manifest, then the most beautiful way and the easiest way is the Charya Pada. Doing the yoga together, doing the puja together, doing detox, doing the samadhi meditation, and also the satsang, initiation, and power manifestation. These are the simple things that Bhagavan has given as an everyday exercise. And more we get involved in it, we'll see so much of transformation in our life with such a ease. Instead of 10 phone calls, one puja time is much easier. Instead of working very hard, just doing the yoga is much easier. Each of the things, there's a greater way of manifesting our reality, and that is Charya Pada that Bhagavan has given. And really all this works and manifest all the greater truth. And go ahead, inspire others, cause others, and share your experience, your clicks in everyday satsang. There's beautiful clicks. Share all that to the world, and you will simply see so much of transformation happening in your life. So with that, let's surrender all this powerful cognition, power manifestation at Bhagavan's lotus feet in deep gratitude, thanking Bhagavan for all the gifts from KAILASA for each one of us in every single session. And thanking each and every one of you here for manifesting the powers of Paramashiva, for sharing all this greater truth with the world. Now let's end the session with the Purna Mantra. Let's sit straight with the head, neck and spine in a straight line. Bring Paramashiva to your third eye. Hold the powerful space. Paramashiva is real. In my thought, word and action, seeing everything, everyone as Paramashiva throughout my day. And now we'll chant the Purna Mantra to end the session. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vashishyate Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much. And the next session will be at 6 p.m. IST. You can join in through eCitizen. Nithyanandam.